Hi there.
Good morning.
Give me a sec. I'm moving out some stuff. I'm hold on. I hold on my video in 1 second. I have a stand where I always stand to teach, but I hurt my leg yesterday. So I'm moving things out of the way so I can bring it down. I don't normally bring it down, so it's not usually up and down. I mean it goes up and down, but it's always in the position. So give me a sec here while I okay. I think I'm kind of in a sitting position now. That's all right. Welcome, welcome. Hi there.
Hello.
Mm, I need to turn this other computer on. 1 second.
Are you gonna turn on the AI?
Oh, thank you. Give me a reminder in 1 second when I come back to this one. Or here, let me go. There it is. It's turned on. What would I do without you? All right. So I was having an issue with my computer crashing and then the seat. So anyway, sorry I opened a couple minutes late. And here we go. I had to do a whole new setup. My computer crashed. My big computer is really old and I'm planning to change it. In June, they're coming out with a new model of the one that I want. But I don't know now with the tariffs and stuff whether I should just get something new now. I'm confused. But anyway, uh here we go. All right. And admit, and there we go. Okay, everyone's here. Moni's here, coming in. You're all here, and yeah, hey, Erin, I see you're here, but I got your email, so I know you'll be in and out.
Anna,
And
I tried doing the beach scene and Illustrator wouldn't let me save it. It said I didn't have access permission.
what didn't let you save it?
Illustrator, it was the beach scene.
So you have your own application, or are you on VDI?
No, I have my own.
Um, that's interesting. So anyway, I was showing here. Let me share. So the only reason it would say you didn't have permission to share something. Were you trying to do it inside of the shared drive? Save it into the same drive you used it? No, because you're using it on your own computer. You downloaded the files, right?
Yeah, I copied the beach scene and then I went to my artboard and did place. And then I started working on the beach scene. And when I tried to save it, it said, um, access or say not allowed to save, don't have access
Well,
permission.
let's do this. Let me stop. Do you have it open? Is it ready there? Can you do the save when I'm watching? Can you share your screen?
This was yesterday, so I wasn't able to save it.
Well,
So
but is it still open?
no, I had logged off and turned the computer off, so I
Uh,
lost it.
you turn the computer off in between using it?
Uh-huh.
There's no need. Just putting it to sleep is all you need to do for a computer, just so you know. Turning it on and off is actually kind of hard for a computer.
Really?
Uh-huh. It's it's kind of like it has imagine I'm not an airplane or a pilot, but once you're up on air, going straight is not hard. The issue is the landing and the takeoff. Same with the computer, starting and taking off. Like when you start your car, turn off your car, starting the car is when things go wrong. It's kind of like staying going is much easier. And when you have a Mac or a PC?
Mac.
Yeah, so when you don't use it for a certain amount of time, the settings tell you, but like after 10 minutes or 15 minutes, it goes into the sleep mode. Sleep is virtually indistinguishable from from off in that it just has this tiny little bit of consciousness in the background. Um, and then as soon as you move the computer or open it up again, it just turns on versus every time it closes down, it has to do this whole system check. Every time it turns off on again, it does this whole system check before it gets going. And that's actually a pretty intense process that is completely unnecessary. This is not the class to teach you how to use computers, but just saying that you don't have to. That's all.
Good
Anyway,
to know.
just put it to sleep. That's why it surprised me. I'm like, well, but why can't you just show it to me? All right. So then I can't help you, but what you can do is when open Illustrator, place that piece again and then try to save it. And if the same thing happens, then I can check it out, okay? Even if you don't have completed the work itself. Now I noticed that I didn't write the homework day 4 in the Padlet. But don't forget that if you always, when you go to the shared drives and Illustrator, I'm just, which one? In the links, it'll tell you in the little catch-up summary, it'll tell you what we did, and then it'll say what you have to do and what you need to use and what the new things that you need to do. Okay, so I don't know, I just seem to have forgotten to put it in the Padlet, but you guys still did some work, and we have questions from Vera about the anchor, so we're going to talk about that. This is interesting that you used this turtle. That is great because this is a turtle I had given for a different project, but I'm glad that you did that. And then you used it to do the outline and then to make it smooth because that was like a rough pencil sketch and that like you repainted it. Interesting also would be at that point to turn off the little sketch. Which one is it? This one, the linked file, to just turn this little eyeball off and then just see and to be able to show how smooth the lines would be at that point. Now, sometimes people don't want smooth lines. They want it to look like it's hand sketch. Then you have the choice to do different, right? But anyway, thanks for pointing that out and explaining the whole process of how to use the tool, Curtis. Vera got pretty far ahead with her beach here. She mentioned something about a multicolor gradient, and I'm just saying that because if anyone did read this, we're going to be talking about that today. But she mentioned I was unable to copy it and blend it, right? So we're going to talk about that. So when you mentioned that the background is a multicolor gradient, did you mean this one, Vera?
Yes, the blue one looks like it comes from blue to orange to yellow. And then the original looks like there's a gradient with it. And I couldn't,
I don't see the radial gradient. It seems like a linear one to me. Everyone else, you'll get it. We'll talk about gradients today, but it seems pretty linear. Where do you see the radial one?
coming out of the sun.
Oh, okay. So maybe that's a radial one. Do you mean in the water?
Around the sun and a little bit in the water.
Okay, I'll pay attention to that. They seem linear to me, but you're right. Maybe there's a little radial one here. So we're gonna talk about that. But did anyone else give it an attempt? So doing the sunset. I like that over here you seem to have used that tool, the that we did at the end with the at the end of class where we changed the width of the stroke. Is that what you did here?
No, I use triangles and my trees look like they have a plant disease. I was not able to master that.
Okay, I thought that from afar because I can't make the things any bigger when they're in Padlet. So that's as far as I see, but it did look like you had done that with it. But anyway, all right. Thanks for that. We'll talk about gradients when we get there. The rest is just the artwork from the day. So let me go back to this question that you had. You mentioned that you got stuck with the anchor. What, I mean, it seems fine with me. What seems to be
Well, right at that point where I got there, I wanted to move the anchor onto the cabana,
uh-huh.
but I couldn't because the center of the circle on top, I couldn't make that see through.
Oh, okay. So that's making that be the compound. Okay. So the need here would have been to select the bottom circle, the one that's not selected, plus the front one that is selected, and then knock out the inside to make that little donut shape. Okay. So you'd have to select, but right now you only have the inner circle. It's the same color, you guys, so you can't tell. But see how there's a little box selecting something that's smaller than this outer one? That's the inner circle. Plus, shift click the outer circle, then you use the shape building tool and you just kind of go with option or alt, knock out the little inner one, and then it would have given you a hole and it would look like, the handle, so to say, or
It's
whatever.
like I unlearned everything. I was trying to use the no fill and that didn't work. Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
it's okay to use a no fill, but all it does is show you what's beneath it. It's transparent, and transparent underneath it is the other blue, right? So
Right.
go ahead and color it pink. Who cares what color it has? The whole point is they need to be knocked out. You need to make a compound path out of it. So
Okay.
the first thing we're gonna do is a little, because one thing I showed you how to do the knockout
Yes.
once,
Yes.
and that's it. But then I didn't spend that much more time with compound paths. So the first thing we're going to do today, I have a whole list of what I'm trying to catch up with, and not catch up, but finish with, things that need to still be done. And one of them is to review a little bit more of the compound path. Okay. So this is perfect. This is exactly where we're going. That's why I left it for the end. So okay, well, thank you so much, guys, for putting your stuff in there and for sharing. Now what we're gonna do is open our Illustrator. Anything else that comes to mind? Any questions? Oh, Moni here meant no, who no, it wasn't Moni. It was over. I was gonna say the cabin and okay, just that. That's all
I
that's
was going
there.
to ask if I don't, and I know time is limited, but would you have time towards the end to show us how to change the shape or the sizing or manipulate text?
Yeah, that's coming today. I am so surprised. I spent so much time in Illustrator text with the digital design techniques group, and since I'm teaching it on the same day, but I am aware that I kind of didn't do it with the Illustrator group, which is interesting because in my brain I had done it, right? So I went to the notes. That's why I made myself a note of things missing, and one was text.
I
Uh,
think you do a great job of keeping yourself organized.
Well, it's the only time it's a little bit harder, and I have to say, is when I teach the class at the same time. Because as far as I'm concerned, I covered it, and not only the same time, the same day, right? So then I made a list here of digital science illustrator of what, and then I went and I went, oh wait, I didn't yet do. So I have like the isolation mode. I want to spend a bit more time on that. The gradients, the text mask, the compound path. So basically the questions that you're asking. So that's what we'll be doing. So let me share my screen and Illustrator. And here we go. Let me head over to I guess I don't need to do it with let's just open a new one. Let's just make a new file. And then since the last one was 5x5 and 4 boards, just say create. And now let's make just first a circle, a regular circle. Hold on the shift key. I'm going to give it a fill color because white doesn't look like it's a fill color. Okay. And then I'm going to make another circle. And this is the thing. I want to make another circle right inside of it. And one thing I haven't shown you yet is because I could make another circle, but see how who knows how it fits. It's not like in the right spot. You see what I mean? It's kind of hard to make a circle fit in the right spot. Does that make sense? If I have a circle there and I want to make another one and I start from kind of there, I might guess, but it might not be exactly right. Does that make sense? So let me show you another way to make circles or any shape. So I've been showing you how when you start a circle, you start here and you drag down and it kind of moves around as to where it ends up. So, now, what if you make it while you're holding down the option key? Then it creates itself from the center point. Isn't that kind of cool? So try the difference. Just make it with the option or alt key. So just press option or alt and make a circle normally, but when you press option or alt, it and then if you hold the shift, it's a perfect circle. It starts from the center point. Does that make sense? Instead of starting from here and just kind of dragging itself out down. And the reason that's cool, because now you can you can have this one selected, and to make a new one, instead of trying to guess, you can just put your mouse with the option key right in the center point of this guy and start making the new one. Oh, I'm making it. First you start making the circle, right? And then you hold down the option key and it'll point itself out from the middle. And then the last thing that's kind of cool here, maybe I'll show it to you here again. One more thing. So the option makes it from the circle, but so this is like a piano key, okay? So I'm showing you many different shortcuts. Hold down with one finger the option key to have it making itself out from the center point. Hold down the shift key if you want it to be a perfect circle, and leave another free finger to hold down the space bar. So what does a space bar do? It disconnects it from where it is, and now I can move it around. So if it's like, if you see my fingers right now, and you don't need to do all three at the same time, but I'm kind of like it's like a pianist. I have my pinky on the shift to keep it in a circle. If I let go of the pinky, it stops being a circle. I have one of my middle fingers on the option or alt key to keep it, to make it come out from the center. And then I just press the space bar. The moment I let go of the space bar, it sticks in its spot. But when I hold the space bar, I can take it around. It's kind of fun. And then let go of the space bar and it's back in its spot. So now I can hold the space bar and go ahead and put it right there in the center point of the other circle. And then first thing I should do is let go of my mouse and then let go of everything else. And then I have it kind of in the right spot. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be that way in the sense that you can just put it somewhere nearby and then remember do the center align and center align that we taught you last time. It was just cool that when you make a shape, any shape, so now I'll make whatever, a star. And then I hold down the space bar and I drag it over here and then I keep making, I let go of space bar and then I hold the space bar. So it's kind of like cool. I'm making it still, right? I'm not done. And so you have them, you're not stuck to making it where it is. That's the space bar. And now I let go of space bar and now it's back where it is. And I finally let go and there's my star. Does that make sense, you guys? Did it work for you? The holding down the space bar to disconnect it from from the artboard, so to say? Anyway, so now I have two circles, one on top of the other, and they are centered. And if it wasn't really well centered, then I select both and I use the align tools over here, center and center. And now they are truly centered to each other. Okay. And then I'll take the shape builder tool, hold down the option key and chunk, drag across. And there's my top to that anchor. And it's empty in the middle. It's truly transparent in the middle. Okay. So that part we had done. This is just a review, but now I'm going to show you something else. So this is a compound path. It could be a letter O and you write and you have shapes that have that today part of the text conversation we're going to have is turning things into shapes that look like letters. And then when you do that, the letter A has a little triangle in the middle. You'll end up having a shape that has a triangle in the middle instead of a letter A and stuff like that. So that all of it would be compound paths. All right. So let me see. I'm seeing, let me put your faces in this computer. I finally got myself the second monitor set up for this computer. I had it always with the, anyway, never mind. My big computer's dying, so I connected to the laptop, one of my monitors, and now I can see you guys on a second monitor. Yay. All right, so all I'm seeing right now is Mary Ellen, Curtis, and Vera, right? Everyone else is there somewhere doing their thing. Thank you, by the way. I was busy fixing my chair and I didn't acknowledge it. Moni's here, Gerard, hopefully you're back and in better shape than last week. Curtis, Vera, Aaron, and Mary Ellen. Nice to see you guys. By the way, today's our last class. Oh, is my video still off? Oh, on that computer, my video is still off. And then I wanted to mention that only 2 of you guys wrote in the chat. So if you can all go into the chat and give me a little hey ho. Hi there. I just wrote in the chat. So let's get that. Let's get that little note there. Okay, so here's what I wanted. So give me a yes if you got your little donut hole, so to say, compound path. Yeah. All right, Curtis, everyone else, just to also
Hey,
see who's there doing the work.
Diana, I'm so far behind. I'm mostly just watching you today. So
Okay, got it. Don't worry. This part is review anyway, so if you have a chance to try, but yeah, I know that you're also busy there watching, but basically it's two circles, one on top of the other. Now we're going to get into the new stuff. So first of all, I'm going to open my layers. And when I check out my layers and open it up, it's one shape. Like before I did, let me undo the compound path part of it. I'm going to just Command Z. It was two shapes, right? It was two circles. When I select both of them and do this knocking out of the inner one, it is now one shape. Say in my layers, it's a compound path. Let me make this bigger so you can read. It says compound path. It is one shape. So that would seem to be it, like you're done. This is one shape, whoops, one shape, but no, not really. In fact, you just saw a little bit of it. Watch what happens if I go into it with isolation mode. I'm going to double click and double click again. And it's still the same compound path, but I have a selection now around the inner one. See how I'm in isolation mode? And it turns out that I can keep, in fact, I can do it this way, or I can grab the white arrow tool and then click away, select the inner one. And either with the black arrow tool or the white arrow tool, just showing you that the inner one is now selected. And watch, I can still play around with the inner one because it's not like they got sealed together. It still shows as one. If I keep going, it's the difference between a group or a compound path that truly is one piece. But that inner circle is still something I can handle. And if I go with the white arrow tool, I can actually grab the little handles and do something weird with it. Right? I can do it also to the outer one. But what I'm saying is you're manipulating a shape that is filled with nothing, but it is part of the other one and that it's knocking it out. Let me hit the escape key and move this over a little bit. See, it's still transparent. It's not a white shape that I'm moving around. I'm just moving that internal line of the shape around. Does that make sense, you guys? So isolation mode, double click, and then, sorry, you need to be in this one to get into isolation mode, the black arrow tool. And then I'm going to grab that inner piece of it and move it around. Now, what happens is if I move it too far out, that shape that was inside is still the original blue circle that we had put on top, or circle. Um, but they act as if they're two separate ones, but when they cross over, then it's a knockout hole. Does that make sense? It's kind of weird, but it's kind of cool too. And that you can still manipulate each one of them independently. And again, I keep going and taking it out here so you see that it's transparent, because over here you can't tell it's transparent. Does that make sense? Was everyone able to manipulate their inner second shape, the one that's knocking it out? So if you made it the inner hole too big or too small, or it wasn't completely in the place that you wanted it, no worries. Just get into isolation mode and modify the inner one. So now let me get some clarity or feedback. If you're able to do this, give me a yes. If not, give me a no, or raise your hands, or whatever you need to do to tell me that things are not working versus working. Right. Tea here, but I hope I don't burn myself. Yesterday
Deanna, do you want screenshots?
oh, thank you. Oh my God. Wonderful reminder. Yes, thank you, screenshots. How would I do without your guys' reminders? Here we go, screenshots, and then let me get you the code for the copy the link to the board. Okay, so now in the chat, there's the code for the Padlet. There you go. So now we can click on and go to the Padlet and post. And let me actually share my Padlet board so that you'll have that as well. Here's my Padlet. And I'm going to post the compound. Okay, so when you're in isolation mode, you can continue to modify the shapes independent of each other. All right.
Yeah, this is Vera. I was finally able to do it, and then when I knocked out the center, I see that I'm not really center aligned. Which of the alignment tool center aligns these two circles?
So let me go back to Illustrator. Here, let me make two circles again, or two somethings that need to be aligned. So here's a star, right? And I'm gonna move it over a little bit and over here. Let me give it a different color, just to for the fun of it. Here's a little yellow star. And then let me make another one inside of it, right? So I'm gonna make another star. Move it around a little bit, but it's hard to figure out, right? It doesn't, and I'm doing it with a star because it doesn't matter if it's a circle or a star. Trying to put it in the right spot. Say maybe I didn't put it in the right spot. I can't tell. So now grab, first of all, both of them, right? So go back to your selection tool and grab both of them. All of these tools, you need to make sure to grab both of them. Same with the knockout tool. Select both shapes. Then head over to the alignment tools and you have to go center vertical and center horizontal. So center first and then center again. And then, it's interesting. Hello. Why is it not doing it on the star? Center align.
It seems as if when it's knocked out, it doesn't exist.
Center and center, but they're not. I'm seeing two different center points. Doesn't look like it's centered. Why isn't it working with a star? It works fine with a circle. Why isn't it working with a star? Huh. Now, that's curious. It's not giving it the perfect center. I mean, I can do it with the smart guys, but let me just put them off center again. Center. See how it's not aligning the two center points? That's weird. See, there's that center point for one is over here and for one is over there. Let me give it a different color so we can see it better. That center point is there. The center point is here. I select these two stars and I center them. The two center points should, do I have it set to align to, align to artboard. Let's see now. For some reason it's not working. It's fine with the circles, but I have not found in the past. Why would this not work? I put these two there. Now I'm curious. Visual align center and align. See what I mean? The points aren't touched. What's the difference with a star? Now I'm really curious and I don't have time to sit and just ponder. Let me center the objects and center the objects and center the, no, how frustrating. They are not centering. All right, well, there you go is my star example. Yay, out the window. But with two circles, it was working, which was your original question. I was just like showing you how it didn't matter. It does.
Couldn't get the two circles to work, so that's
Yeah,
why.
so I'll do it now. But I'm just laughing at myself that I couldn't get it to work. Oh, but my mouse isn't working. What's happening? My mouse isn't, I can't. Okay, something's wrong with my app. I can't get my there. Huh.
Anna,
Okay,
I
what's
just tried it with the star and I could do it. So yeah, maybe something's happening.
happening to me? Let me reset. Let me actually close this. I can't even, wow. You know what? Something's up with my Wacom pen. Let me don't save and open again to see if it's me or if it's something in the file. Let me try. I gotta make it work with 2 stars now. There's 1 star. Why wasn't it working? That was so weird. And now I'll make another star, center-ish. And now I'm gonna select, now I'm gonna select both and center and center. Nope, it leaves that a little teensy bit off. Something about the shapes that they're not, what in the world? Okay, I give up. I don't want to spend much more time on that. It does look very centered, but I can tell because of the center points that they're a teensy bit off. Anyway, but you saying that it didn't work with your circles, right? Is what you were saying?
Right. It looks,
It is my choice. I can't, something's weird. Okay. So 1 circle. Okay. I'm just now curious to see if it's happening to me with other tools too, and then it might be what's happening to you. I don't know. Now let's make me another one, another color. And now let's select both. Wow, I can't even change tool. What? Center them. That one worked. And then center it. That one worked. So it's working with my circle, but not with my star. So since it did work and it wasn't that, go ahead and share your screen and let me see what can be happening to you. So I don't know what's happening with my stars. I'm glad it worked for you, Moni. Working for me. I mourn the fact that I gave my star away to my Wacom tablet away to my niece, because I said, don't worry, I'll buy another one. And this new one is not working too well. All right.
okay, right here. When I try to add the other circle,
Well, you have it in knockout mode already. Go move it to this move it over to see if it's transparent, just to make sure it's not white. Yeah, move it over this so that we can see. Yeah, it's okay. I just needed to make sure that it was transparent. It's hard to tell otherwise. Okay, so what did you say that you're not?
well, then the circle doesn't exist. I can't center it because it's not there. Is that what
Yes,
you're
now
saying?
go ahead and double click to get into isolation mode. Okay,
Oh, here.
double click, yeah, double click. Okay, now you're in isolation mode, okay? Now go grab your shape and not your shape, your inner shape. Go click on the inner shape and you can. No, not, okay, you're right. Not from the center, but from the path. So double click again. Okay, and now with the tip of your arrow, touch the path of the inner circle. The path. Yeah, click on that. See how you can grab it? You're
Okay,
grabbing nothingness, but what you're grabbing is the path.
the path. So I can now add.
Go ahead and click and go ahead and grab one of those handles and do something to it, and you'll see how the inner circle changes.
Okay, it did.
Uh-huh.
Can I now add the yellow circle and ask it to center?
Oh, I see what you mean. Probably not, because you're in this isolation path mode. You should have centered it before. Let's see, what happened to your tools? You're missing your,
There,
no, you're
there
not
they
missing,
are.
there they are. Okay, so go ahead and try, go to the alignment and see if it works. Yeah, center. Yeah, it probably won't because you're not, here's why, because you're not selecting both shapes. Now, I wonder if you could, in isolation mode, hold down the shift key and click on that little path of the inner one and select both. Click shift. The tip of the arrow has to be touching the path. It's not right now. Just move it a tad more, a little tad more. Yeah, no. There, and now shift, click the outer one. No, because it is one shape. Yeah, so it won't.
Okay,
Yeah, because you're in you'd have to and you can release, you know what? You can do a release of the shape. And in fact, where's my annotation tools? Disappeared. Notation tools, where are you? Oh,
so the point is you should align it before you
hold
ever.
on. I'm trying to teach you something, but I'm trying to point you to something, but my notation tools are not there. Let me go with my other computer with the notation tools. Let me just show you something, guys. It's for everyone. So you made a compound path, but you can also see how over here it says release. That's why I needed my notation tools. See how here it says release? Release what? Release the compound, right? So release the compound. Now you have 2 circles again. Select them both. So make a box around them to select them both because right now you're having one. So click away. Do the drag across both so that you can select them both. Right now you have only one selected. Like click with your mouse away from the selection. Click away from the selection. Now drag across both. Click and drag. No. Stop. Remember how to select 2 things? You
Yes,
start,
yeah.
yeah, there you go. Select both. You should, yeah. And then do the
Then-
center and center over here. Center and center, but it doesn't look like you have both shapes. It looks like you have,
There it is.
centered. And now grab your, no, I'm not seeing that correctly, your shape builder tool and knock out the middle. Perfect.
Okay,
Okay.
all right, thank you so much.
So you can release, okay, what I showed you here, you guys, you can release the compound path. Okay. You can also go to object. Okay, just go try. So you guys, if you don't have there, let me just show you where things are. Go to object, and then you go down to it's a compound path down here, and make or release, right? So you can make without the knockout tool, you can make a compound path. So watch. Without the shape builder tool. So now go ahead and make 2 boxes. Go ahead and go to your tools, grab the rectangles, and make a rectangle. Of course, you can knock a circle out of it too. Now make another shape. I don't care what. A second shape. Okay. And now select both with your selection tool. Okay, go to grab your selection tool and select both. That you're not in your selection tool, you're still in your make rectangle tool. So you're still in your rectangle tool. You need to leave the make rectangle tool. Yeah, now select both. Perfect. Now go to object, compound path, and make. And boom, you've made a compound path. See that, you guys? I had shown you with that tool to knock out the middle, but you can also do it with just the make compound path tool. So you didn't need to use that knockout shape builder tool. And now you have a compound path again. Did that work for everyone? That's the original way to make compound paths that exists from the day immemorial in Illustrator.
Does that look centered to you?
No, but you had to make them centered, so why would it be centered? You have
Okay,
a rectangle somewhere,
all right,
right? And you don't always have to have a centered compound path. That was just because you were trying to make a handle for the anchor or whatever. But anchor compound paths, like any shape, it can or not be centered. In this case, it wasn't because you didn't center them first. Right? Now you can grab it. You can double click and grab only the internal shape and move it around and use this. Not, you can't grab it from nothingness. You have to grab it from color,
the path.
from the path or from the color, but not from the center because the center is a hole right now. Okay. So you have to double click to get into isolation mode. Double click again, get in. Now grab that inner one from the path. Nope. See, you left it again. Double click again. And then, yeah. And now try to take it out a little bit, move it outside of the shape. See, and now put it somewhere on the line. Keep going. Keep moving it in. Oh, okay, now you grabbed one of the circle. See how in the middle of it, it gives you that. It doesn't matter what shape it is, just grab it from the path for it to work, right? Because remember that it's an empty space. So grab it from the path, not from the handles. So when you have such a small shape, you need to command plus to zoom in because it's hard to grab anything that isn't a handle, right? Yeah, so now grab it from the path. Now you have more path open and now you can move it around. Okay,
Okay,
that work for you guys, for everyone? I see
it's
a
gonna
hand.
take practice.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
That's what it takes. But yeah, so whenever you have something from afar, like you were before, you guys, see how she was trying to grab this shape, and the handles are those, the little circle widgets are those. They all stay the same size. When this gets smaller or bigger, they stay the same size. So you get to a point that you don't have space to grab that path. So you need to zoom in so that you can have some path again. Does that make sense? That's all that was happening. So I'll stop your share. I'm gonna do a little share and then I'll go to Mary Ellen's question. Let me share for a
Thank
second.
you so much.
You're welcome. So just a quick showing you so when remember these are 4 5 by 5 inch pieces of paper. Imagine if you were looking at this. If this was a 5 by 5 piece of paper and you had 4 of them, you'd be looking at 10 by 10. So looking at it from a table from above, you know, these are big pieces of paper, right? I mean, 10, this would be 5 inches, that's 5 inches. Those would be pretty big. So if you're making something tiny, you would have to really approach, put your, you know, if you're making little details, you know, you'd have to get close up. So if I'm trying to grab that from the path right now, it's hard because see, the anchor hasn't changed size. Is that I'm trying to grab from the path and I can't. So that's why it's like put on the microscope or whatever, zoom, 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 zoom. Well, look at how much path there is to grab now, right? Those guys, from afar, there's too much stuff there. I can't even click. My mouse just won't go in there. I'm like, there's so many things that I can't grab that path. So you have to zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. Now you can grab the path, okay? So don't forget that when you have to get to details, you have to zoom in. Otherwise, you're really working from, you know, like like those painters with the long brushes and the easel over there, and they're just like so far from the shape. No, you got to grab and get in there. And getting in there means Command plus 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 so that you can do that. Okay. Let me stop my share. Yes, Mary Ellen.
I got the circle within a circle and got it centered. Different fill colors. But then I got stuck at that point.
Okay, go ahead and shape. Not shape. Go ahead and share. Go ahead and shape. Shape up. Sorry, I'm very tired. Not today. I did sleep last night, but the day before I spent 2 days working without sleeping, like literally 48 hours up. And I was exhausted. I'm leaving tonight for 2 months. And so I'm teaching 10 hours today and then I'm leaving in an airplane and everything has had to be ready and I've been going crazy. Can you please show me when you say it didn't work, where are the pieces that you got?
Okay, I have the circle in a circle, but then I wanted to manipulate the inner circle and
So can you zoom in a little bit more so I can see it better? Remember, that's always better for you too. Command or plus 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 a few times.
Command plus isn't doing anything.
Okay, well, that's bizarre. That's a shortcut that, are you sure you're doing command versus option or control?
Command plus.
Huh. Those, okay, grab the zoom tool then and zoom in with the zoom tool, but that's weird. You know what the zoom tool is? No, no, no. Oh, because you're not in, you try again. Maybe you weren't in Illustrator, you were in Zoom, not the Zoom, not the Zoom, I'm sorry, not the Zoom that we're using. The Zoom tool is this down here. It's so weird. I said the Zoom tool, and of course we're communicating on a app called Zoom, but there's a tool called the Zoom tool, and that's what I meant, and click to go in. How funny, I never thought of it, the Zoom tool, and then you went out to Zoom. Okay, so now go back to your selection tool. Okay, now what was it you were trying to grab?
I wanted
Dylan,
to
yeah.
manipulate. I
Now it's,
didn't want to move the circle. I wanted to keep it centered, but I wanted to manipulate the inner circle.
well, you don't have an inner, you don't want to move it, but you want to manipulate it, as in,
The way that you fold it over yours.
oh, then you need the white arrow tool. The white arrow tool is the one that manipulates the path. Yeah, there you go. So now select it. Well, no, you need to select. Go ahead and undo to put it back. Yeah. Select and then select one more time. Okay, now you can grab the paths and the anchors. So go put your mouse on, yeah, right there. Nope, you have to, you remember, go practice it outside of this, but you need to select and then select one more time. So go to the, here, go click on the little anchor point, which is hard to see, but there's a little anchor point right there. Since blue is the worst color. Yeah, click on one. Yeah, there we go. And then again there. And now you can grab the little handles and manipulate it.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
And then to make that a whole, I go to the shape
Yeah,
tool.
you're in isolation mode, so you need to leave isolation mode right now in order to make then. So go ahead and say hit escape to leave isolation mode. Good. Now go to the regular black arrow tool and select both shapes. Yeah, and you can either go to make compound path or you can go to the shape builder tool. Yeah, and then hover over the inner one, option to make it into a negative and drag. There you go. Just a quarter of an inch. That's enough. Yeah. There
Okay,
you go. Now go back to your selection tool. And there you go. You have your little hole. You can still, with the inner tool, with the white arrow tool, you can still go in and grab the path of the inner one and keep manipulating it. But you'd have to click on it and then click again. And then, yeah, there's the handles of the inner one. Okay,
okay, thank you.
you're welcome. All right, guys, anyone else? Please do screenshots of those things. So Mary Ellen and Vera, how about Aaron? I know that you were in and out. What did that, were you able to do this? Any questions?
I was able to make the shapes and make the inner shapes, and then I was just watching you right now. So I'll manipulate the inner shape with the anchors and the arms. So that's what I was going to work on.
Awesome. Curtis, you were good, right? Okay, and Moni, I know, is working on it. Let me clear the answers because Vera's still saying no, but I'm assuming it's from before, so everyone
It's
can-
from before.
It's from before. All right, so it looks like I've checked in with everyone and everyone's kind of good on that concept. So let's move on. Let me move you guys up. And there's my share again. All right. And back to Illustrator. Here we go. All right. So yeah, let's not forget that when you select both, right? And this time, I'm gonna knock the star out of the other one, right? And you make that compound path. They show up from now on as one in your layers. There's one star, right? Versus these two. Let me just make a compound path of that too. There we go. So now I have that little tiny circle over there and then two compound paths. But that even though I see only in my layers one shape, they are still two individual shapes that made them. And in order to get to that second shape, you can go double click, and then use it to move it with the black arrow tool as normal, or to manipulate the shape itself, or white arrow tool. That hasn't changed. What tool we use to manipulate shapes, paths, and anchors is still the white arrow tool. And with the black arrow tool, we just modify the bounding path or bounding box. Okay, so yeah, so that leaves us with and then to leave isolation mode, we hit the escape key. And there we go, right? So now, I still don't know what happened to that center point, but I will not find out. So I am going to just continue as if, look at that. I just noticed that I'm making a little smiley face. So, let's go ahead and this isn't the whole text conversation, but let's go ahead and grab the type tool here for a second. Just click once and type a big uppercase A. We're gonna head into the whole conversation of this in a second, but right now I typed an A and it's so tiny that I can't see anything. So it comes out as 12.7. I'm gonna zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, right? And then with that A selected, I'm gonna head over to the font size and move it all the way up to 72 points. Or what I can also do is grab the bounding box handles and holding down the shift key, make it much bigger. So it's a big A. So again, all I did was type tool, click and write the letter A. And I'll explain everything else that showed up before. When you first use this type tool and simply click, this word comes up. Ignore it. Just type uppercase A and it'll disappear. Okay. And then either using the contextual taskbar or over here, go ahead and make it as big as you can make it. But the biggest you can make it is 72 points. And if I want it bigger than that, your only option is to spread it. Now with the black arrow tool, if I now was to make it bigger, I would distort it, right? Like any old shape that you just kind of grab and distort. So to keep it being an A, I hold down the shift key and make it bigger so I can fill my 5 inches with an A. That still looks like an A because I used the shift key to constrain. See it? Now I'm constraining it with a shift key. If I'm not, then that's what's happening to my A, right? So you want to,
Deanna,
yes.
I have a problem. My cursor is stuck in that mode where a lot of writing comes in from the last time I took your class. I
Yeah,
can't.
no. It's just that it's not that. It's just that you're clicking and dragging. So just click. It's a different way. And it's kind of weird that I'm making you make a shape without teaching you that, but it's two types of using that tool. You know how when you make a shape with a circle, you can either click and drag to make a circle, or you can just click and then you get like a different, like what you do with your mouse makes a difference if you click or if you click and drag. So with a letter type tool, if you click, this happens and you can type an A. And if you instead click and drag, then this happens and it fills with text. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. Right now,
I'm not getting the Lorem Ipsum to even come up.
go ahead
There's
and
just a funny
share
looking cursor and
your screen. Share your screen. Let's see what can be happening.
I'm here.
Okay, I'm seeing 3 A's over there. So
See
somewhere.
this funny looking cursor and I type the letter A, it changes to,
Over here you type the letter A. How interesting that it won't do it there. But are you pressing anything else? Just write a word. Just say a word. Just write word. Something else is selected. Go to your layers to see what's happening. Do you have some? You have the type tool. And you
yeah,
have the A
it shows
selected.
my attempt, but it didn't come up on this. Oh,
Oh
no,
yeah, it's there.
that was,
What's this one? Say what else? Yeah, there it is. Well, once you wrote it already, so it doesn't matter, but I'm trying to see why it isn't working a second time. You should be able to keep writing. Um,
should I delete this one?
no, I mean, it's what we want. We want an A, so you have it, but I'm trying to see why you can't keep writing. Go ahead and put your mouse on this here again and type click and there.
There's a Lorem Ipsum.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what was happening. There it is. Now type an A. There you go. And now you have to go back to the selection tool, right? You're done. We wanted one A. Never mind. Now you have many. And now grab one of the corners, hold down the shift key and make it big.
I think she couldn't see it because her fill was white.
Oh.
It's black now, but
Hmm.
before when she was trying to type, the fill was white.
Oh, well, there you go.
Oh,
Maybe that's what happened.
okay, that could be.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Good, good, good. Sometimes I need to see things to see them, but in this case, I didn't look at the fill color, so thank you for that.
Thank
Okay,
you.
there we go. All right, so everyone has an A somewhere? And we're gonna talk text later. For now, just live with that for a second. I'm trying to show you some compound path stuff now. So here, this is text, this is type, this is not a shape. If you try to grab your white selection tool and grab that inner triangle, you can't. You can't do anything to this because it's type. You can only change it if you were to turn it into an M or an S because you selected and you're typing a different letter, right? So in order to have this become a shape that looks like an A, right, versus an A that is type, we need to go all the way up to the word type. So first, make sure you have it selected, right? And go up to the word type and say create outlines. And the moment you do that, this is not type anymore. You cannot affect it with the type tool anymore. You have turned it into a shape, but not any old shape. It is now a compound path. If you look over here, it doesn't even say compound path. It says group, and you open it up. And inside the group, there's your A. That's a compound path. Now, yes, Aaron? Your sound is off?
Sorry, can you say one more time? I have it selected, but where do I go to change it? What
Type
was?
at the very top. Let me undo, because otherwise, there we go. So then type.
Oh, let me move my bar. Hang on, my the bar for the everybody. Okay.
I'm not sharing my entire screen, so you don't see my word type.
Oh, okay.
Let me share my entire screen, and then you'll see the word type up there.
Ah, there we go.
There,
Okay.
just this window, that bar doesn't share itself, but then I have to share everything. So then create outlines.
Create outlines. Okay, thank you.
And now let me reshare just the windows. It's just easier when I don't have for everyone not to have to see everything under the sun. Okay. Here we go. And so now this is a compound path. Inside of the group of the letter A, there's a compound path. It is not text anymore. Before it would have shown up as text. And now with my white or which other one of the tools, if I double click and get into isolation mode, see how now I can grab this little triangle? And that's the triangle that is making this letter the shape that it was. It is a compound path. Does that make sense, you guys? I'm gonna move this one around or this one around, and it's two different shapes. And I can grab my white arrow tool and grab over here and move this, and it stops being an A because it is a shape that happens to look like a letter. Got it?
Mine says group.
Yes. When you open the group, inside the group is the compound path.
Ah, thank you.
Okay. So that a second ago was my A. And I just messed it around with it using my white arrow tool to work with the two separate bits and pieces. Did that work for everyone?
Why would the create outlines be grayed out?
Because the letter isn't selected maybe, or maybe if it's already been created. So it's not text anymore. So this isn't text anymore. So if I go to my create outlines right now, it will be grayed out because you've already created the outlines. So you can only create outlines out of some text. So go and write another letter B this time. I just wrote a letter B. This is text. If I go and say type create outlines, it's black. The moment I turn it into shape and I go back to create outlines, it's grayed out because it's now a shape. It's not text. It's ready for me to mess around with, just like I did with my A. That's kind of cute, isn't it? Still recognizable as a B, but not anymore. If this worked for you, by the way, let's get some screenshots here. together with our little compound path layers is my screenshot so that I can see what's happening. Head over to Padlet and let me post. Oops.
Sorry, I'm embarrassed to post because I did it and the layer shows that I have a compound path, but my drop-down menu, it has a grayed out creates outline.
Okay, give me a second. Let me have you share. I'm sharing. I need to stop the share, but let me finish writing this. Write a letter, go to text compound path, make, create outlines. Go to text, create outlines. Sorry, this will make a compound path out of your letter. It is not text anymore. It can be manipulated like any other object. And let's bring in that little screenshot. And there we go. All right, sorry, I'm gonna stop my share. And can you share your screen, please?
Here we go.
All right, so where's your tools? There they are, okay. You're in type, right? So you already, no, it's already a shape. You've
Right.
already created outline, so it's a shape, so you can't create it again. So now you can't use the type tool anymore. You need to go and use the arrow tools because you're done. You've turned it into a shape so that you're in the type tool still, see? Can you tell?
No,
Look, you're in your type tool. Okay.
yes, that's
So now
true. That was
over
my
here,
A.
over to your arrows, white or black, it doesn't matter. And now you can start manipulating your shape.
So if I wanted to
Not from the center. This is a hole. This is nothingness. This is empty.
the path.
Manipulate anything from the middle. Yeah. Now you can double click if you want to get into isolation mode. And now
Okay, now I see.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. How's it going, guys? Give me a yes. Has everyone been able to make a compound path out of a letter and then manipulate the parts of that letter that now is a shape that happens to look like a letter? If you made object outlines, oh, I see that Curtis, you mentioned the stylus. Yeah. Oh, I just noticed your note. I don't look at the chat that much. Yeah, when you buy a stylus, when you buy a Wacom tablet, it's part of it is the tab and part of it is the stylus. This comes with it. And there we go. Now there are, this is like is the basic one. This one is like $80 or $70, something like that. There's really complicated ones, there's big ones, and I know that there's some that you write directly onto a screen and it's just a stylus, but we're talking many hundreds of dollars. This one is that stylus on top of the thing, and it's my mouse. Basically, I use this instead of a mouse. Okay, so yeah. When I teach in person, I have some at school that I have people use and demonstrate, but not there now. All right. I'm not seeing yeses other than Curtis. Anyone else? Okay, there's Mary Ellen's yes. Were you all able to make a letter? Okay, good. And I know Vera did it. I'm sorry, guys. This is not you guys. I've been sleeping like 2 hours every night and none the night before. So this tiredness is, I'm sorry. I hate yawning when I'm teaching, but nothing to do with you or the class. It's just tiredness catching up to me. I apologize. I don't want to be that person who yawns through class, but it is me. Okay. It is me right now. Okay. Share my screen. And off I go again. All right. So here we have a little practice of whoa, a little bit of practicing using compound paths and a little bit more isolation mode. Now let's go ahead and two directions I need to go into with you guys, into the image trace and into the colors and into the libraries. Trying to see which way to go first. What time is it? Are we near our first break? No, not yet. So it's good. Let me start with something else. Okay. So then since we did kind of bring in text, why don't I spend a little bit of time with text right now? Let's go ahead and make sure to save this file. And we're going to call it compound path and create outlines, which were the two ways that we made the compound path, right? First, we made one path, and for a shape, we created it with the different tools. And the second one was some text that we used the create outlines command. And both of these things gave us the ultimate object, which was a compound path. All right. So I wanted to make a new file. And this time we're going to talk a little bit about text. And correct me here, because some of you guys have done text before, if not in this class, in the other, oh, I see a question. You use the pad and place mouse. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't use a mouse. I don't like mice. This is my mouse for everything, even when I'm using Excel or Word. It's just my mouse, right? It just gives me much more freedom than using a mouse, but yeah. All right. So as I was answering Aaron's question on the
Thank
chat.
you.
All right. So let's go to our type tool. As you saw in the other example, there's two different ways of using the type tool in Illustrator. Well, there's more, but the two main ways. And one of them is, and I'm noticing that I'm probably not in the same, am I in Essentials as where you guys are? Yeah, we're in the Essentials type tool. Okay. So if I click and hold on the type tool, there's three things here that show up as type tool, but in reality, we can ignore the other two for now. You'll see why. And we're just going to use the top one, just a regular type tool, but it can be used in two different ways. One is like we did before by just simply single clicking. So first, let's simply single click. The word lorem ipsum comes out. You can replace it with this word. We're going to write time. And I'm putting it all in uppercase. I just wrote the word time. And then I click away. Clicking away means I go and grab my selection tool. Okay. The type tool is only good for writing. When I finish writing the word time, I don't need it anymore. I go to my selection tool. Now I can grab it and make it much bigger. And again, the biggest it can go right now is 72 points with the measured stuff. If I were to want to go with numbers any bigger, I would have to go in here where it says 72 points, select that and write maybe 200 points, but nothing happens until you hit return or enter. Boom. Then you got this big word. Now, if you don't know what size you want it to be, then you can manipulate it, but not loosely, because you modify it with the shift key, right? Then you make it smaller with the shift key and it went down to 144 points. Or it keeps going down to, 72 points again, or whatever you do. But you need to have the shift key selected until you get it to be, whatever size you want right now. I'm just kind of filling the page with it. So it's one word. Once you get there and you have your word and you're able to make it bigger and smaller and manipulate it and do all that kind of good stuff, give me a yes. Now, I can also change its font. Wait, with the contextual bar in front of it, you can't see me changing the font. Okay, there. Move the contextual bar over a bit. Okay, so now I'm going to change it into a different shape. It's a live preview. So basically you move up and down until you get a shape that you like. Oh, look at that. Isn't that the McDonald's M? Kind of, isn't it? Anyway, so I'm making it be whatever I want. I can maybe regular. And where's the bold? Huh? How come there's no bold in this thing? Well, text in this in Illustrator and in InDesign and in Photoshop goes way beyond just like bold and italics. In fact, it is the place to really handle text. And I was just in a font that only gave me a regular mode. Now I'm in this Acumen variable concept. And look at all the versions of choices that I have here for this one. So, and that's because it's a variable font. Let me go to a regular Myriad Pro, and you can make it bold, bold contents light, regular, or semi-bold. Each font has been designed by the designers to have an alternate version of itself. And this one has a bold condensed, or a light, or a semi-bold, or the regular, versus this Belay display had nothing but regular. And then the last one that I showed you, the variable concept. So there's a series of variables here. The variable ones have almost like nonstop. Look at every single versions of this choice that they have wide. I mean, I've never seen in the past that many ever since these variable concepts came out. There's just about everything under the sun. Most of the fonts have 1 to 7 versions. I'm going to go to Arial and see how it has a little number 4 next to it. Arial. If I go click on that, what it means that it has 4 versions. So what if I want to see the 4 versions before I choose it? See this tiny little arrow on the left? If I click on it, it shows me Arial has regular, italic, bold, and italic. So I can choose it even before I choose. I can have it be an Arial bold italic, for example. And then I can still go up here and keep changing it back to the other 4 versions. Is this working for everyone? Seeing how you can choose you can tell this one is this one and nothing else. Why? Because there's no little arrow on it. And if I go over there, yeah, there's just regular and that's it. But if I go to a one that has, a number 4 or a number 5, I mean, sometimes there's 7 or 8. Here's Futura has 5. I can open that little triangle and go, do I like that? Do I like that? I like the condensed medium? There we go. All right. So all of this is manipulating it as font. Now notice that all of these different texts that I've been changing it to, I've been naming them, but you might have not noticed which, but they've all ended up at the top of this gray line. What means is that I've been playing around with this text and I chose Myriad, Belay, Acumen, Arial, Andale, Mono, and Futura. So since I just chose them, they went up at the top. It's like a little set of recents. Then you start with the A's and up to the S with this other gray line. And this is a combo, an area of just variable fonts. And then there's another line, and then you start with A, and it starts going down, 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 A, B, C, D, now by alphabetical order.
Deanna, we don't see, or at least I don't see the list of, when you're talking about your list of, I'm seeing your font change, but I don't see your list.
I mean, let me just share my entire screen. Someone told me that once. If I share my entire screen, how about now? Let me see. Yeah, now it's showing. Okay. Thanks for saying that. Because, yeah, I'm talking about these lines and not showing you what I mean. Okay. I don't know why when I shared just the window, it doesn't share the pop-ups. But, okay. So now selecting the text again. And there we go. So the whole point is that I am, these are the 5 that I chose earlier. And this is that gray line that I was talking about. Up to here, it's like a recently used fonts. That's what's happening there. Then there's a line, and then here I have some variable ones. Look, Acumen variable has 91 options, 16, 40 options, 10, 14 options. But this one, it's ridiculous, 91 options, right? But if I scroll a bit more to that line, after this, you start just having, there's 2 emoji fonts at the top, right there. And then you start having A, B, C, D. So then it starts just being alphabetical order all the way down. Keep going all the way down to and through until the end. Now, there's fonts that I should be able to see, but see how I'm just seeing little kind of boxes when I go to these guys? And that's because my computer isn't set up with the way to use this language, same as when I go through the ones that are in Chinese, Japanese, all those scripts. You need to have it set up in such a way that you can see them. So you can just ignore them. All right. So now say that I choose Badaboom, right? And I've got that one going. Then when I go to the top, Badaboom would be at the very top because it's the last one I used. That's the recents. All right. It figures, hey, you just probably want me again if you chose me once. Okay, so that's just how to use this. Now, I'm not going to spend, right now I have some more to teach you about text, but this is just a bit more about the type tool and not the text, the font tool, how to find fonts. I have fonts here that maybe you don't have. For example, I have this Badaboom that if you go to your B's, you probably don't have a Badaboom. Why is that? Because I downloaded this. It doesn't come with the program. And I downloaded it from where? From the Adobe fonts. So how do you do that? Well, say that you look at all the fonts that come with a computer, none of these work for you. You don't want any of these. Oh, look at that. Tratatello. Okay. Talk about something that's not regular. Does it have any other version? No, it just has regular. Okay. Now I can see over here at the end side of the font, I have all these little different kind of icons and things, and they look a little bit different. And it's the type of font that they might be. See how these say for variable? These are the kind of font that's variable. But then there's some that have a little cloud with a check mark. And this little cloud with a check mark is because I downloaded it from the fonts in the Adobe library of fonts. So look over here. Let me get my notation to show you what I mean by over here. This is what I mean by over here. And now I gotta go back. Here we go. See those choices? These are filters. I have so many fonts that these are little filters that might allow me to understand a bit better the kind of font that I want to see. I can click on this filter right there, like a little, funnel filter. And it allows me to choose from all the fonts that my computer has, but a bit more by classification. So this would be if I want fonts that are non-serifed, serifed. So by the way, do you see the little tooltip popping up? It kind of gives you an idea about that. Gothic script, handwritten scripts, handwritten. So say that I go and I want just this one, which is decorative swashes and stuff like that. I'm going to click on that one. Then the only fonts that appear to me are fonts that are kind of, decorative, with Chelsea Open Market, which is also one that I brought. If I click on this now, I want to see only handwritten type fonts. And there I have a couple of fonts that look like it's handwritten, but see how just few fonts I have right now? So if you ever wonder where did my fonts go, make sure that you're not in some filtered mode where you're seeing only one type of font. Now, if you're choosing sans serif or serif, the difference of the sans serif and a serif is that the sans serif don't have any extra little things coming out of their letters. That's the sans serif, which means no serif in French. So no serif is basically the name sans serif. And then when you go to the second choice, which is serifed, then all the fonts have these little kind of wingtips or things, right? That is a serifed font. Okay. So no matter what's here, It'll be a version of serif. It'll have those little extra thingies. Like, dingy. That's the serif. Okay. So that's what it is. Now, if I want to have them all serifed, but I want ones, or let's say sans serif. I want sans serif, but I want only ones that come in big, fat, bold type fonts. Then I go down here and I go heavyweights. And then it'll only show me the versions of serif fonts that have some heavyweights on. Does that make sense what I'm showing you guys? Ways of filtering through the fonts that you have a little bit more easily, because you have so many fonts. How do you find what you want? Well, if you're going for that, then that might be, or you want one that has this very variable kind of shapes versus round circular shapes. I'm going to go for that. So now I'm left with two choices. I want a sans serif that is heavyweight and that has a variable, very high contrast width. I'm left with only this one, right? So if I look at my fonts, where did my fonts go? I just sub-selected so much that I've gotten down to just one. To get rid of that, I'm going to go over here to clear all, and boom, I'm seeing all my fonts again. Okay. I'm going to just have you guys give me a little yes if everything I've been showing you is working for you and making sense. All good? Now, if you
No,
had,
sorry. Oh, sorry. I can open everything up, but I don't see the little funnels.
okay,
I-
share your screen with me. Sometimes some computers, the font might come out a little bit differently, which is why I know that maybe you're just not seeing it in the right place, but maybe it just isn't on yours. Okay, so go and choose your fonts. Click on your, yeah,
This is out of the contextual taskbar.
there you go. Okay, so then there it is now.
Oh, there it is. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
No, it's fine. Go click on the filters now. Click on the funnel. Yeah, and then choose one.
Now from here I can go Gothic and
Yeah.
okay.
Mhm.
All right.
And to
Okay, that'll
clear
work.
it all, right above, at the very top of that, you can clear it. So go back to the funnel. Go back to the little funnel. Yeah. And right, the first
Okay.
thing, clear. If you had made a choice and you're limited in your choices, that's how you clear it. So now you're back to seeing everything. Okay.
Okay, so then I'd re-choose.
Yeah. Since you're there, right next to the funnel, there's a star. Go ahead and click on that star. So in your case, there's no results found because a star is something that you would have done when you really like a font and you want it to self-select and like make what are your favorites, you would have had to click a star on it and you don't have any. So go back to the undo the stars, go back to the like just click on star again. So yeah, don't go back to anything, just unclick the star. There we go. And now go choose a font and then follow it all the way to, okay, wait, choose a font. Hold on, go, okay, and then don't click yet. Follow it all the way to the right, and see how there's a star? Keep going a little bit more. There's a star. And Academy Engraved, go ahead and click on that. Boom. And you are adding it to your favorites. Now go to your star at the top and you have one favorite there. Does that make sense, you guys?
So I don't have to go to the Adobe site and download from there. Is that what you're saying?
Not yet, not yet. What you just did is with the fonts that you have, hundreds of fonts there, and you really like this one. So you click on that little star the way you did. And what you're telling what you're basically doing is making it easier to find for you because you clicked on that star. You've made it a favorite. See how now you left a star on that one. So when you now scroll down to like the M or the Z, just keep scrolling down really quickly. Go down, down, down to choose other fonts. Oh, you must have a filter on, so that's all you've got. Go to under your filters. Clear all. Yeah.
So when I clear all, it doesn't take away that favorite.
No, not the favorite. It just clear. Okay, so now go back into the text and start going down. You can't go down anymore. You should be able to keep.
Oh, here. No,
No.
here we go.
Yeah. No, keep going down, down, down. Scroll down, 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 and then say maybe you discover that you love something way down there. Keep going till you get out of the mode of the ones that you can't read. There's all these there. Okay, so choose, for example, one of these, I don't know, Rockwell or Serif, and then give it a little, I don't care which, just give it, oh, you lost it, go back there. And give it a, click on that little star next to PT Serif. No,
Oh,
that's an A again. I was trying, you chose the PT Serif, which you had to go all the way down to, I have so much pink you're not seeing. Let me just take all my pink out at this point. Hold on. At some point you went all the way down and to the P, no, stop, 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 please stop. Go back to the beginning. Go back to the very beginning. You had already chosen one. You chose PT Serif. You went all the way down a second ago. So now that PT Serif is at the very top inside of this group called recently selected. So you don't have to go all the way down to the P's to see it. Does that make sense?
yes.
But now, if you leave this file and in the future you want PT Serif again, because you really liked it, you'd have to go all the way down there to find it again. Versus if right now you click on that little star. Yeah. Now you have 2 stars. Now you've recently used them, so it makes sense that they're easy to find. But say that now you go and you choose 10 more fonts. Well, this will roll through and PT Serif and Athelas won't be here anymore very soon as you choose 10 more because it only keeps the latest 8 or 10 fonts chosen. So say that in, in a week after doing a lot of other fonts, you want to go back. Where are the ones that I like the most? I've been looking at fonts and I really like these. Now you go to your star. Imagine these aren't here easy at hand right now. And you go to your star. Oh, it looks like you've clicked maybe inadvertently on 4 of them. Before you had none, now you have 4 that you have starred. Now, if one of these you didn't really particularly like, you could go and unstar it, go in back here and click on the star again to go to your star choice again. Okay, now put your mouse in here. Bring down your mouse. No, click on your font. Every time you click on it, you go away. So click on the star. Yes, these are your 4 choices. Now move down your mouse. Don't click on the star again. Move down into them and you have 4 choices. And now you go, this isn't really a favorite anymore. So go and click on this star to unstar it. Okay. So since you've unstarred it, when you go back to your star later, Academy Engraved won't be part of the choices anymore. Go somewhere else and now go back to the star. See how it's not a choice anymore because you unstarred it. Does that make sense, you guys?
Yes.
Like a little sub-selection of your favorites. So sometimes you're working on a project and you have 3 fonts in that project. Well, if you star them, then for a while, they'll just be up there for you to use. And then when you're done with them, you unstar them again and they go back to just kind of being findable at some, you know what I mean? So
Yes, thank you.
okay, so now if you unstar this again, like if you unclick that star, you'll go back to having all your fonts. All right.
All right.
So that was just one choice. Then you have a little clock right next to it. And that little clock gives you only the fonts that you've used recently. So, well, I guess you've used none recently, so you don't have anything there. So once you, no, not recently, not used, added recently. So stop for a minute and move your mouse out so you can see that it's recently added. And it's like, oh, I guess you haven't added any fonts recently. So we're going to go ahead and talk about what do you mean by adding fonts? What is adding fonts, right? Once we add some fonts in the future, when you come here to recently added, you should see some fonts in there. If I show you mine in recently added, I have a ton. And I wouldn't have been able to give you this example because I have a lot of recently added fonts that you don't, right? So after we add some fonts, try this one again, and you'll see some fonts in here, okay? But most of you, or many of you, should see that pretty empty right now, okay? And then right next to that, there's like a little cloud with a check mark. Click on that cloud with a check mark. Yeah, that is added Adobe fonts. And that's what we're going to do, which again, you don't have any added Adobe fonts yet, so no results found. When I click on mine, I have tons of added Adobe fonts. So right now, I'm assuming most of you have these 2 empty. Once we finish adding fonts, you'll be able to start seeing fonts over here that have added stuff. Okay, so I'm going to stop your share. And I'm going to show
again.
what's that? All right, so It's easier to show it on someone who doesn't have stuff because when I show you mine, I click on all those and there's a ton of stuff comes up and it's like, why? Because I've already done some of this. And so I have the added fonts in there. So let's go ahead and share my screen. I'm wondering, that was my first alarm. And since we haven't started with adding fonts, why don't we do this? Let's take our first break. And when we come back, we're going to start adding fonts. Okay. What time is it? 10:32. So be back at 10:47. Is that right? That's 15 minutes. All right. See you guys in 15. All right, we're back. Back. All right, so let me know when you're there, either by giving me a yes or turning on your videos if that's what you do. That's better. Moving back my shapes. Okay. So I didn't screen shoot that, but if anyone did have a chance. Oh, how cute. I just saw the text that Moni created with look at in the post. Look at this cute little happy she made. She just wrote a regular happy and then she made the little inside circles into tiny little hearts out of creating outlines. Very cute. Thank you. All right. So back to fonts. A bit more about fonts, and then we'll continue going with the text tool itself. All right, so here we go. What if I want a font that I don't have? Yep, there's fonts that I have, fonts that I don't have. What if I want one that I don't have? So when I go to my little cloud, look at all these fonts that I have here. These are fonts, as you see on the far side, they have a little cloud on them. That means that I've downloaded them from the font server. So what's that font server and how do I do that? So now I'm going to unclick that. What if I want some more fonts than what I have? See here it says find more? Let's click on find more. Everyone see the find more? Add Adobe fonts instantly. And if I look over here on the right, there's little clouds with, so watch the difference. I'm going to go by fonts. If I go to fonts, these are fonts that I already have. Okay. And if I have anything with the cloud, it has a check mark. That means I've already downloaded it. See that? When I go to find more, these are not in my computer. See how they have a little cloud there? If I want it, and look at how many, look, I'm still in the A's. I'm going up and up. I'm now in them in the B's. Whoa. I'm in the C's. Look at how many fonts there are. It's ridiculous, right? It's like I'm in the D's. I've been scrolling forever. If I hover over them, I'm getting a little preview of it, so I have an idea if it's what I want. By the way, right now I have it set to selected text, so the word time is appearing over here. I could also instead tell it to show me like the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog, and it's just kind of giving me a little preview of a whole sentence on it there, and then the word time over there. By default, I had selected text, which is showing me how my word time would look. You see over here how I could choose what I want to see. I could say Roger hungry ate the fung or whatever, which is different sentences that they use that have all the letters of the alphabet, or I can look at the alphabet. I prefer selected text because that's what I'm trying to see, right? But anyway, say that I want a day without sun text, and then I can go over here and say I want it. So I'll go to this little cloud and I'll click add these two fonts. Yep, okay. So now those are being added to my computer. Now, careful, don't do this with a ton of fonts. In fact, I need to go and take some of mine away. There it is. It had two little arrows, and now it's considered added. And if I go into my filtered fonts of added, now I have a day without sun. Hopefully you guys added one. And if you go to your selected text, now you have one. And now if there's one that you don't want anymore, that you decided not to use, then you can go, you only have that one, so that's all you have. But if you have more, like say I don't want this Balboa extra condensed anymore, I can head over here, and where it's got the little remove, when I hover over it, it turns into remove. I click on remove and it'll go away. It'll remove itself and it'll go back up. Okay. Now, there's other places where I can get more fonts, but this is an example. Now I have one more place I'm going to show you where you can do a better job, because when you go over here to find more, you still can't really see them. Now the filter will give you a better job, because when you go filter now through, say, handwritten fonts in the Add More, there's more that you can, in the Find More, then you'll have more choices, right? But anyway, now, the last thing I'm going to say about fonts and font where to get more is your actual font library. So let me go to my entire screen, and I'm going to open from up here. I have my Creative Cloud app. I have it sitting here in the top of my, so I don't know where you have yours, but otherwise do a search for your Creative Cloud app, which you would have to just in Spotlight search and write Creative Cloud, and then open that one up, and this Creative Cloud app opens up. And from the Creative Cloud, you can go all the way to your Adobe fonts, right? So you can go over here to your Adobe fonts, and it takes you to a whole area where you can see the installed Adobe fonts, and you can browse more fonts. So I'm going to walk you through this in a minute. I'm taking you there, and then I'm going to show you the steps again. So just watch this part. So I'm going to browse more fonts, and it takes me to the internet. You could have also just gone to adobefonts.com, and you'll end up here. The thing is that since you did it through the browser, your account is connected, so it'll go straight into your app. If not, if you go to adobefonts.com on your own, then you have to connect to your account. So here I'm in the big Adobe Fonts place, where I can now see every font that exists, and now I can be more specific again. Like let me just show me any font that's Art Deco, for example. And so it'll show me only Art Deco type fonts. And it's like, oh, that's the one I was looking for. See how it's all Art Deco fonts. Or I could say I want funky fonts, and it shows me what's considered a funky font, like Beetle. And I click on Beetle, and here I see a whole bunch of Beetle. So now I'm going to backtrack and tell you how to get here yourselves. So let me close this again, and I'm going to close the Creative Cloud again, and we're back in Illustrator. Okay. So say that I want more fonts. I go to find more, but I can't really see what these fonts are like. And there's like, I mean, come on, I've got that's like probably 500 A's, and I haven't even more. And now I'm right at the B's. There's ridiculous amounts of fonts. So this might not be the best way. That said, if you use your filters, this might be okay, because if say that I want for sure a handwritten or handmade font, and I want it to be an ultra thin handmade font, by the time I do all that, now these are the only ultra thin handmade fonts available, right? So if you use the filters correctly, then you're down to like, 50 fonts or whatever that you can use to choose. But I'm going to clear that. But if you really want to go and see everything that's available, the best way is to just go to your Creative Cloud app. If you don't know how to get to your Creative Cloud app, then just open any old browser and go to Adobe Fonts. Adobe Fonts. And that'll bring you to the Adobe Fonts. That said, you might need to sign in to your account at that point. I'm already signed in because I came through, right? And make sure that it's you, so that way it knows. And here we are. These are all the Adobe fonts. And you can say browse. And it lets you select. Here you can go through favorites, through added fonts, variable fonts. Remember the ones that I just told you about that you brush. Classification, properties, same as before, same as in the app, but even more, right? So say that I now go to a slab serif, and then even then there's hundreds of them, right? I can search by font names, so I can search in so many ways. So tell me if you got to Adobe Fonts one way or another, either by going through the Creative Cloud app, or by just searching in Adobe Fonts. And once you did that, once you're all here, I'll show you how to choose a font to put in our computer. Give me a yes if you got to Adobe Fonts. All right, Vera, are you there?
I'm still working on it.
Okay. So I'm gonna have a little drink of tea while you work on it. Just tell me when you get there, or if you need a hand to get there. Basically, open a browser and write Adobe fonts, right? That's the basic adobefonts.com or fonts.adobe.com, whatever. If you write Adobe fonts, you'll get here. Are you here?
No, I went back to through the app because of password issues. Sorry, now it's asking me for an update. Go on with the class. I'll watch the video.
Okay. Well, once you're here, once you're in Adobe fonts, right? If you landed in the initial Adobe fonts, then you need to go to browse. If you came in through the Creative Cloud, you are in browse. Otherwise, this is telling you new releases or hidden gems or stuff like that. But if you want to browse, click on browse. If you want to see their recommendations, which means nothing, like what are you trying to do? How do they know what you're trying to do? But there's bazillions of fonts in here. I'm going to head over to browse all. And here I'm going to put in a sample text. So say we were looking at my son's latest movie was called Paper Bulls, and we were looking for font that the word Paper Bulls looked good, and so that's still there. But put anything that you want to write. So say that our sentence is I don't know, the word illustrator. I don't know. Some words are harder than others, like illustrator with the I and the L and the L. That's a hard one to look good, right? So it matters that if you're writing a particular phrase that you put that phrase there, because it's not the same to write the word illustrator in uppercase than it is to write the word hello. You know what I mean? So definitely this is a good idea to put the text you're trying to write. Since we were writing the word time in uppercase, I'm going to write the time in uppercase. If you were trying to write it in lowercase, I'm going to write it in lowercase, because whatever you write in there is how your samples are going to be given in. Does that make sense? Now, if you don't put anything in there, then they default to one of the quick brown fox or that kind of thing, which is those lines that or you can tell it, give me this sign, or maybe there's one in Spanish or whatever, right? So the typical one, the most well-known one, is the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog, which, believe it or not, the idea is that it shows one of each of the letters of the alphabet. That's what all these things have, right? A bit of everything. Roger, hunger, 836 peaches. So here you see punctuation points and numbers and stuff like that. So if you really have to write a lot, you want to see a sample of your text. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and use just the quick brown fox since it's the typical one. And then I'm going to say that I want on the left side, I'm going to want script font. Script fonts are hard. I don't like many script fonts. So I'm going to choose and see, because there's not many that I like. So now I get to, and if on top of that, I want to make sure that they are not only script here on the bottom, but I also want it to be in cursive or calligraphic or a brush pen. Or is there such a thing as a script font in Art Deco? I doubt it, but let's see. Yeah, you've stumped us. I managed to find a combination that they don't have because Art Deco isn't script. I was like, interesting. How about a script font, but in marker? There we go. So I now went with script and marker. And see how I only have a few choices now? Does that make sense? So you use these to kind of weed out other stuff. Cursive and script, it's going to give me a lot because that's the whole point of script. Now instead of script, I'm going to go with let me see, with geometric sans serif. Okay, so geometric sans serif, and I want it to be ultra thin. There we go. So now by making these choices, I go over here and I have just a few. And so I'm going to choose one of these, and let me go over this one, the BC alpha pipe. So at this point, choose one, right? Because whatever your choices are, you're going to end up with one. So I'm going to click on one. And now this is just to explore it a bit better. So when I go to this page, this font, the BC alpha pipe that I just chose, is giving me some samples, right, of how it can look. And it looks like it can alternate. Oh, look at that. It looks like it's one that can alternate in width, which is interesting. So then here it gives me the thin version, the thin italic, the light italic, regular bold. So it looks like it has like 8 or 10 versions of itself, right? and say that I just, and then if you keep going down, it shows you templates that use it. And so here you're seeing it in real life, right? So you can keep showing at the top, it's got examples. So I'm going to go to the right and see more examples. This is what it's like in a text. And I'm like, ugh, it's a good sentence. I see how it works for a highlight, for a title, but I really don't like it. If I were to have to read text written like that, that would go crazy. See how it's not a good font for reading if this were a book? It's so the different fonts work for different things. So this one looks like it's more of a decorative font. But if it's what I'm looking for, then I can test it with my word. So if my word is time, again, then that's, and I'm like, I'm not sure I like that M. I like the other letters. I'm not sure about the M. Well, then this is not the font for me, right? But if I'm going to use the word earth, okay, well, that's kind of funky, but I like it. Okay, whatever. So you choose. You can make it be bigger or smaller. Wait, what if you have to big a big headline? And sometimes the same word, same headline that looks good in small is not so good in big. I go, I like it. So if I want the entire font family, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 fonts downloaded onto my computer. Be careful, fonts use up a lot of computer space, power, so I don't want the whole family. I want maybe only this one, the BC Alpha Pipe Thin. Then that's when I say, okay, add font. Click on add font. Font has been added to my Adobe apps. Okay, I'll say okay to that. And now when I go back to, what was it called? BC Alpha Pipe thing, I'll go back to Illustrator. And if I look for, and I can write BC, there it is, BC Alpha Pipe regular has been added. And I have it now. And if I go here and look for my downloaded fonts, one of them will be the BC Alpha Pipe. There it is. So that's the whole work process of getting a font that your computer didn't have. You get it from the big old hoard online. If I had said add family, I would have added 10 fonts to my computer. You don't want to do that unless you purposely do want it. I can also save it to favorites already if it's my favorites. And this is here, and I can put it as a favorite in my Adobe fonts, not in my computer thing. So then later when I come to browse for something else, I can go, okay, I want to browse again, but let me check which were my favorites, right? And so I can just go over here and one of these places allowed me to see just my favorites. Where was it? Ah, I had seen it before. These choices, which now disappears, would let me, because if I have like 10 that I've favorited, I can go straight to those. As you're checking out fonts, I don't know where my favorites choice is right now. Well, I made it a favorite.
Deanna, you have to go under where it says manage fonts, and then their favorites are under that.
Ah, thank you. Favorites. And there we go. I had favorited this one, but maybe over time you favorite 20 or 30. This doesn't mean you've installed them. It just means that as you have been playing around, looking for stuff, you went, ooh, this is a cool font. Maybe I want to use it someday. You just went and clear all the filters. How do I see all my fonts again? Oh, I think this one's really cool. Maybe it's not for this project, but it's for another project. So then if I also go, okay, so that was the internet, right? Then back to my Creative Cloud app, if you guys managed to get it open, in your Creative Cloud app, if you go to home, this is where you land normally when you open it. One of the places that you can go is to check your fonts. And in the app, now not in my Illustrator, in the app of the Creative Cloud, these are all the fonts that I have at some point brought down, and I should be picking some up again because, as I said, they do take quite a bit of care on your computer to have so many apps. And it's telling me that I'm using them already. So that means that at some point I brought these down, okay? I can also look by which ones are installed, and these are the ones that are installed. These are the ones that I've added, and then if I've removed any. So this is just a place in my Creative Cloud app where I can check the fonts that I have. Now it says apps because if I go open InDesign or Illustrator or Photoshop, if I've installed it across the board, then I should be able to get to this BC alpha pipe across the board. Does that make sense? Did everyone download one or two fonts? Did you see it not only in Illustrator, but did you get to see it in your Creative Cloud app? If so, give me a yes. If any of those steps isn't happening, give me a no or ask me and I'll help you with that. And then I'll move on to just really working with our text in Illustrator.
Move
All
on, Deanna. My program is still updating. So
Okay.
thank you.
Creative Cloud is updating. Okay. All right. Mary Ellen, how can I help?
I added a couple fonts. And then when you said to find it in the Creative Cloud app, I couldn't do that.
Okay.
Back
So
to Creative Cloud.
do you have the Creative Cloud app?
Yes.
Go ahead and share your screen. Okay. So this is not the Creative Cloud app. This is the internet. So to get to your Creative Cloud app, go down. Hold on, I need to
I have it up top.
my notation tools. 1 second. Here we go. I wish they would just keep the notation tools there. No, they move them each time. Okay, so down here, I see that you have it open. So click on it so we can go to it. Okay, so here's your Creative Cloud app. Okay, so now you can look at the apps that you've downloaded, the files that you've downloaded, just a bunch of different stuff, or you are in the Adobe fonts. Now, are you signed in? Is that you? Can you click over here to make sure that you're signed in? It's probably, yes, it's probably you. See over
Over.
here. But you must have Zoom in the way, so you might not see where I'm pointing to. You probably have Zoom in the way. Can you see my pink arrow going from here to there and then you stop seeing it? Am I going under your Zoom stuff?
I don't see your pink arrow.
Do you see a big pink stuff that I just painted here on the left side? No. Huh.
No.
Huh. Is anyone else seeing it? All right, let me
No,
go.
I don't see.
How about in the other computer? Let me try this one for some reason. How about now? Are you seeing my pink little squiggle?
No.
No.
Oh, how weird. On top of that, when I draw it and let go, it disappears. Let me stop your share and start again because sometimes when I say people go over here and I'm making a pink and they're not seeing what I'm talking about, I wonder if they're seeing the pink. Go ahead and share again. Let's try it one more time. You see the pink arrows now and then, don't you? When I start drawing circles, yeah. How about now? Do you see my pink squiggle?
Yes.
Yeah,
See
this
it
is
in Adobe fonts.
okay. So now go to your Creative Cloud. Do you see my squiggle now?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, for some reason the squiggle wasn't staying before. Okay, so I was saying go over here to make sure that it's your account, which I'm pretty sure it is, but check. Click on that arrow and make sure that you're signed in over here. Yeah, Mary Ellen Pipeline. Okay, good. Just wanted to check that you were signed in. All right. So now over here you have, if you click on apps, it'll take you to the apps that you have installed. Are you clicking?
Yep.
Huh. Files? Why is it staying in Adobe fonts? Okay. Create. Okay, so then go back there. Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted. I wanted to get over here. So this is showing you all the apps that you have installed, right? And so it shows you installed apps, or which ones need to be updated or not. Then you can go over here for fonts. Click on that one there. get started with Adobe Fonts, say skip. I mean, I'm back into the tour later, right? And so now it's showing you any fonts that you've added. You've added Dream Big, Evelina Pro, and A Day Without Sun. Okay. Now you've got not the whole family, but the narrow version. See? And it's in the Adobe apps, and you could install the whole family, but you don't want to, but you've got this one. Now, if you want to, did you find it in Illustrator already or not?
I'm sorry?
Did you find
I
it in
haven't found
Illustrator?
it in Illustrator.
I just want to make sure that you don't need to still install it because it has that little arrow. I'm wanting to make sure whether you did install it or not yet. Go there. Okay. So now go look for Dream Big. So how would you find Dream Big? Go ahead and type in here. Start typing, click Dream Big. Yeah, click on that X. Dream. There it is. It did install. Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome. So now in the cloud, you have everything you've ever installed. Over here, go ahead and when I say over here, let me take the pink off. Let's go ahead and click on this little font thing so that all your choices pop up again, the little arrow. Yeah. And now go over here to see your installed fonts only, and you should have 3 because you had 3 in your font app. Yeah, there they are. A Day Without Sun, Evelina Pro, and Dream Big Narrow. Okay.
Great.
Right, so now you can leave that so you see all your fonts again. But that's how you check to see without having to go to the Creative Cloud app. But with the Creative Cloud app, you can also manage the fonts or online. All right, you guys? So
Yes.
Vera, when you have a chance, you'll be able to do that. It's basically different ways to check, but as long as you downloaded them from Adobe, they should be there, and you can either find them by going to that little tiny check arrow in your app already. But if you were to open Photoshop, you'd find the same tools and you'd go to that. And there again, you'd be able to use your Dream Big, Narrow, whatever. Does that make sense, you guys? All right. So let me clear your answers. And now let's keep working with text. All right. I have to say, I didn't bother with one last thing to show you, but you guys go explore this portion as homework. When you download them, it allows you to download the fonts that you'll be able to use just for the web or just for print or just for, there's different codes you would use for the font if you want to use it for the web. But since I'm not teaching you web design, I'm not going to show you that right now, but there's different types of fonts that you would use if you were to use this for projects for the web. All right. I show that when I teach the web classes or in the digital design techniques, but here it was just about fonts. All right, cool. So here we have our font, our type.
Deanna,
So,
we don't see your,
oh,
uh,
thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Let me share my screen. And okay. Hello. Oh, because I moved my mouse to a different desk. Mm. Okay, hold on. I moved my Zoom to a different desktop, but it's not liking that I did that. So I need to move my Zoom back here so that I can share from this window. Ah, okay. Why is it not letting me? I'll just share the one. It's not letting me share just the window. So I'm sharing the entire desktop, which was not my choice. Why is it not letting me share just the window like I always do? Because I put stuff in the other desktop, huh? That's new. All right, well, never mind. I will, for now, share the entire window and that's it. Okay, it's not that big. And now that I move Zoom off the way, it's okay. All right, okay, so back to Illustrator. Let's grab our type tool. And now let's learn the differences with the two types of type tool. First of all, I'm going to find the same big word that we wrote in there. When I tried to write again, And now I want tiny font, but when I try to write again, it'll come out huge. It'll come out the way the last choice was, okay? I'm doing Command Z. So if I was just trying to write a tiny little sentence, that's the last one I used. And so that's the one that it knows that it's got in its memory. So when I click in here, I want to change the font to something more readable at this point, like, 48 points or something like that. It comes in this font that it's like it gives you sample font already, placeholder font called Lorem Ipsum. Lorem Ipsum is a ancient Latin text that has been used for years by designers to replace text when they don't know yet what they'll write. Many times you start designing before your client has given you the text for the brochure you're designing, and you just need to start designing anyway. So you put in this placeholder text, which is Lorem Ipsum. So when you click, it says Lorem Ipsum, but it says it in black with white letters, which is the opposite of what you wanted. You wanted black on white. And it's because it's selecting the text ready for you to delete it by writing something else. So I don't need to delete now. All I need to do is start writing. Start writing something, and it will replace the lorem ipsum. Okay, now go ahead and do that. Write a long sentence. And when you're done writing, shift to your selection tool and notice that it didn't respect the end of the page. It didn't break or do anything. It just kept writing, right? And that's the idea. Please write and notice that this type of font, which is called point type, it's good for headlines and for things that don't have a lot of text. Text maybe that you'll manipulate, like we did with creating outlines. And the specialty of this type of font, which both of these examples are written in point type text, is that they behave kind of like art. When I select it, it has a bounding box. And if I were to stretch that bounding box, as we saw with a rectangle, it distorts the shape. It makes it longer, thinner, skinnier, right? It basically works like if I had just drawn a star. It's still text, and that if I go back to my type tool, I can still change this to fine, right? Because it is font, it's not art. I can still change that. And then the only thing is that if I want to manipulate it to make it smaller, I have to hold the shift key. Otherwise, I'll distort the font. And many times fonts don't do well when being distorted. So if I wanted to make this smaller, I hold down my shift to make it smaller, or I go over here and I make it smaller with numbers. Okay? That's your point type. Now, what other kind of font we can create? So let me move to the next board down here with the same type tool. So watch. If I were to, with my type tool, I'm going to go click at the very top and drag down to this page and let go. Now I got a lot more, and I'm going to move this to be like smaller. So actually before I make my type, let's do this. Put some point type in there, and this time make it much smaller, make it be, I don't know, 18 points, for example. Because that way we're going to inherit that size. And now click and drag a box across this, and it'll fill with 18-point type. Now this time I'm not going to write to replace it. I'm going to leave it be this font, and I'm going to go and select my selection tool so that the text disappears. I'm going to Command ++ so you can see this a bit better. So basically, this is the font that is called area type. Now watch how it behaves very differently. Watch for a second. I select the same box that before distorted my text, and this time it just rewraps my font. And if this were written in English, you'd be able to see that it makes sense. It just doesn't distort the text at all. it just respects your area. Like over here, I want to put a picture, and here I have text, so I needed to scooch this out of the way so that I can put my photograph in here. And it wraps inside of my text box. Does that make sense, you guys? If this worked for you and you were able to create both point type, which distorts if you grab the bounding box, and area type, which doesn't distort but rewraps, then give me a yes. Yes, Aaron?
So I can distort the size and the font, but how did you get, I missed how you got the bottom, the lower right box there with all of the font. You said click and drag, but I wasn't sure what
Yeah,
you were talking
simply,
about.
yeah, so simply clicking with your type tool gives you the distorted type. It's point type, right? So this is point type versus the same tool, click and drag your mouse and draw a box with it. And then when you let go, it'll fill with placeholder text. And then that's the box that's area type that you can move the box and it just rewrites.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Otherwise, you get only the words lorem ipsum. This one gives you the whole lorem ipsum sit, I'm a connector, and it keeps going and going and going. It's the whole text. Okay? Did that work this time, you guys? I don't know if your answers are from this. I don't know if I have asked you before to answer or now, but let me clear your answers.
Do you want some screenshots?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You guys are awesome. Screenshots of the two types of fonts. Type versus area type. I don't know why I've been forgetting lately to have, same with the indigenous techniques. The whole class went by and we didn't post anything. I was so mad at myself because that's how I need to see people's work, but I forgot. Okay, so type can be point type or area type. Click and drag out a box that will hold your type. Click and start writing. Two types of type. Let's say two types of text tools. That might, it's really the type tool, but that way it makes it clearer. Two types of text tools. It's the same tool using the same tool. If you click or if you click and drag, you get two separate effects. Okay, so there we go. Point type or area type.
Deanna, can I just mention that I use the Padlet as a way to remember things. And so I make my own screenshots of other people's examples and I put it into a document. And I use that as a way to refer to when I need to remember how to do something.
I really appreciate you saying that because you guys, your Padlet will be available to you for you until the new class starts. And then I have to replace this Padlet with a new fresh one. So then the Padlet won't be available for you anymore. So if you see, like, for example, if you go in here in the search and write Moni, you will see only the things that Moni writes. And notice that she's really good at giving you lots of pointers of how she did things. So other people do that too. When Shelly's in class, she does that too. Depending on who's in class, they do that really well. So then it really helps. And when I remember to write it well, I also give you lots of examples with the instructions about how to do it. So yeah, go ahead and create your own little screenshot of this so that you have your own reminders. If you just write working with fonts later, you might not remember how you downloaded it, right? So you want to try and explore as much as you can. Ooh, that's a cool font. What's this one? Suddenly I'm curious. Can you later select this one and tell me what font it is? Because it's kind of cool. Or it's probably an Art Deco font. Anyway, so thanks for pointing that out. If you guys want notes on how you did things, sometimes I'm pretty clear, Moni is pretty clear, and some of you guys have been good at it. Please keep it somewhere else because the Padlet will disappear. Sometime in July, when I teach this class again, this Padlet won't be available to you anymore. Meanwhile, it'll still be available for a while. Okay.
Diana, how long do the class recordings last?
Those for forever-ish. Let me explain. Let me go to the shared drives. Oh, I was already the Illustrator, right? So this document with these links will be here until I teach again. But the links will be active forever. I don't take the recordings down. So what you need to do is download this page, right? So you can download it there. You can right click and download it. And if you keep this in your computer, even when you can't access the class files anymore because you're not in the class anymore, you could always keep opening this document in your computer and click on the link and it'll take you to the recording. I don't take the recordings down. So I have like 600 YouTube videos right now because they're still there since the pandemic when we started this. I've never taken them down. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
But you need the links. So what you need to do is download this page to keep the links. Okay.
Wouldn't we also find them if we type in your name into YouTube?
Maybe, but since these are these, you might
But
go
this
ahead
is here.
and try, but I publish them as not private because you wouldn't be able. I have them published as unlisted. So the other day, someone was saying they couldn't find them. They went to my page, to Diana Musacchio, and there's a channel. But then from there to getting to the video, since they're unlisted, you really need to search and hover. And at some point, you would get to it, but it's not like I post them public so that everyone can reach them. So the best way to reach them is this way. But go ahead and try. Someone said the other day they kept trying. They got to my channel, but they couldn't get to the exact videos because on purpose, these are not open to the public. Does that make sense? But they're not private, so you should be able to find them if you know how your way around YouTube. But if you know, which is why they're pretty private, but they're not. They're unlisted, which is different than private. Like if you do a search for Illustrator class Diana Musacchio, it's unlisted, so Google doesn't have a memory of it to list to bring it up for you. If you put Illustrator, it'll bring tons of different people who are putting in tutorials that they want to be seen, but mine won't be there. You'd have to go into my channel and in there go into my videos and there search and one by one, then you'd be able to find them. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Anyway, for those of you who know your way on YouTube, that would work, but it's not like you can just go search YouTube and find them. You won't because they're unlisted and the search doesn't bring them up. All right, back to Illustrator. All right, so what's the point of this area type and how do we handle this and why would we do one over the other? First of all, let's go ahead and I'm gonna zoom in to this one. This one is, let me make the font. Well, I think as long as, do you guys have a whole page of this font? Did you make a big box of it to continue this example? Okay. So right now, this is the box that I made and it's full of text and it's got all the text that I need. Now, just to make sure, let's grab this last line or two. And so I need to go back into the type tool and click and select like the last two lines. And then let's change the color and make it like a bright pink or something really different. There we go. So now you know what? This font is so thin. It's not the best to do this demo in, is it? Do we have a thicker version? That's the only one that I downloaded. Can you guys see well? Can you see that it went pink? Yeah. I usually try to make this example. Okay, so now the last two lines of this font is pink. All right, let's select this box with our selection tool. Now leave the font tool. And now if I make this box smaller, right? If I grab the sides of the box and make it smaller, remember what I was saying before, it rewraps, right? So I can just, oh, where are my handles? Oh, I'm having a hard time with my tools. I don't know what's happening. I've never had issues with this. This Wacom tablet has given me problems that I've had them for 30 years. Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna make, why can't I get? It's selecting it as if I was using the other tool. It's not giving me the handles. How bizarre. It's not selecting. You know, what is happening? Nothing is selecting. I mean, I think I need to restart my Illustrator, guys. Something weird is happening. Let me stop my share for a minute. It's not selecting. Nothing is being selected. Like let me just, I'm going to save my file, text practice, and let me restart my Illustrator because it's just behaving so weirdly in so many tools now. Let me just restart Illustrator from scratch. I couldn't select my text. Now let's see if I open the same document, if it's going to work, or if that was the document that was a problem, then I might not be able to. Let's see. Huh. Yeah, there must have been a problem with that text because it's not able to open that file anymore. How funny. So I'm going to just make a new one since I can recreate it in a second and start from scratch because something weird was happening there. So let me share again. And I'm back in Illustrator and let me just really quickly type tool and let me just write time and let me make it, what's my recently day without sun text. There we go. And I'll make it 200 points. Where was it? A day without sun. Oh, that's not the one that I had downloaded. That's okay. This is fine. All right. And then I'm going to, over here, I'm going to make the whole box of area type. $18 points. There it'll go. And then I will paint the last two lines pink. Okay. So now back to where we started. Okay. So now, and here's what I wanted to share with you guys that wasn't working before, is that when I make this, wow. Do I need to put a mouse on this computer? I don't know if it's the Wacom. Okay, I'm blindsided by this. I'm not able to make my, huh. I don't know what to say. My font isn't working. Moni, you know what I'm trying to do. Do you want to demo it? Because I don't know what's happening to my type tool. I'm not able to grab the box. I was doing it to you guys. I showed you how you went in and out and
Sure.
reset the box. But something, what's up? Let me click. Area types
Okay.
options. What's
Let me
happening?
just get a,
Let me stop my share.
okay. And let me get this share button.
It looks like it has a text feature that I thought was only available in Illustrator or InDesign.
The thread,
Yes,
no, it's available here too. I'm trying to show
I
it to
didn't know
you.
that. Yeah, that's so cool.
Yeah, but I can't manipulate my box right now. It's so weird. Go back to just the regular type selection tool See those box? No, you're in the art box.
I know
Oh,
I'm just making another art box.
not on purpose. Okay. So when you go back to your regular selection tool, right, that box becomes handleable and you can handle it. You can make it smaller and bigger and that, you know, it's rewrapping. And that's what right now my tool isn't doing. So now make it be really small, or, you know, maybe make it be as half the size of the page or something like that. And what happens is you're missing the rest of the text. So what she's showing here, and maybe you guys have seen this in another class, is this little box right there. Looks like, Curtis, you know it from InDesign then. If you click on that, ding, one time, then you pick up, see, the text is following. That's the, well, I'm trying to show your tool.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. She's carrying all the text that's missing. She picked up from here and she's carrying it with her. And now she's going to make another box to drop the rest of the text in. And there you go. That text is continuing up there. But since there's a red box, that means there's more. So now click on that one, pick up the rest of the text, and now make another box. And this could be maybe on page 25, right? You continue putting it, and looks like there's even a bit more. So click on that one and then draw a box over here. So that's how you keep threading the text. And I think you probably by now are out of text. Very good. So now can you show modifying the text sizes, the box sizes? And yeah, move over a little bit to the there. So now if I were to make, the reason I painted some of this text pink, go ahead and paint maybe this little text. Can you select
Oops,
that?
I'm not seeing you now. Oh, there. Okay, yeah.
Select that and make that like green or something, and pink, something really obvious, purple. There we go. Okay. And now you'll see that as you move these box sizes in and out, that text will wrap itself. And see how now some of the color went down there, or make the big one, make this one smaller, and then it'll push black text into that one. And so then the colored is over there. It's like the text keeps threading itself through these lines. I have no idea what's happening to my font. Let me change font. Maybe there's some issue with this font. It's so bizarre that I can't make my computer do what it has to do. And I'm supposed to keep teaching you, and I don't know why Illustrator's not doing that. So I believe, Vera, you've seen this before, and I believe, Mary Ellen, you were in, did you do this with me in Design, or is this your first time seeing the threaded text boxes? Your sound is off.
I'm not in design.
So then this is your first time seeing the threaded boxes?
Yes.
Okay. Meanwhile, I am restarting. I'm going to reset my Illustrator preferences for a second. So while you are doing this, thank you. I am resetting all my preferences because I don't know what's happening and why it's wrong. So anyway, can you keep maybe just get rid of all the 3 or 4 boxes and just do 2, and have it like be very clear that what happens with one or the other box, and just move the 3rd box out of the way, and then just with 2 boxes, one on each page, make it bigger or smaller so it's really clear that there's more text there, right? And then as you make one smaller, the text moves from one to the other. Is that working, Mary Ellen?
Yes.
Okay. Give me a second. I'm just resetting my entire, all my preferences. I'm reset everything, starting from 0 and restarting my whole Illustrator to see if something weird is happening with Illustrator. I've been complaining about my Wacom tablet, but maybe it's my application. Okay, so now I can get to the place where you guys are. All right, so that was the point. You can do that, and Curtis, you seem to be familiar with it from InDesign, right? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, and it's a great tool. I love it.
Oh,
I'm thrilled to see that it's in Illustrator.
Yeah, yeah, it really is a great tool, and I'm glad that you are seeing it and that it's working. And now let me try that out here again. And my new, yes, it's back. It's working. Okay, so I had to go and reset all of my Illustrator and it's finally working again. So I do not know what happened there, but I'm ready to share again. So thank you so much for being my assistant teacher there, Moni.
My pleasure.
All right. Let me reshare, and that's okay. Now it's working. So now my type tool will redraw. So I had lost all of the possibilities of doing this redraw. So here we go. As soon as I make my box smaller than what I started with, that little red box allows me to pick up the leftover text and I can keep bringing it over. Now, one thing I wanted to say is that if I wrote in point type, right, which is just clicking and writing something. So what was I going to write? I think we had the word time, right? So here is if I have the word time. No, I had made one more point type under that, which was I had said I just was writing whatever I was thinking, and I will do it again to show you this example, and then I'll be done. And look at all those typos, but I did it. Okay, so let me show you something. If you meant to have area type and you didn't, right? And your intention was for it to wrap, when you try to wrap this text, you can't, right? It distorts. Does that make sense? So now grab that line that you made long and see this little antenna that kind of shoots out on the right side. If I were to click double click on that little tiny circle, double click, it was white, now it went blue. What I just did is I converted this to area type. Now I can grab it and rewrap it. Sometimes you don't remember, you start writing and next thing you know, you see that it became the wrong type. So once again, when you click on, let me just make these two a bit bigger in font so you can see example better. Well, it's not much better when I can't. This little white antenna that sticks out indicates that it's point type versus this one indicates in blue that it's area type. So you can grab your long sentence, go to the end of it and double click and turn that guy into blue. Now you can use it to rewrite. Okay. Now, here's the problem with doing that in the other direction. So watch. Oh, there's so many typos there. I was writing here, I'll be done. Example. Okay. So this is now area type, right? Whoops, I didn't mean that. If I now double click it to have it become, here, let me just show you. If I double click this to make it point type again, it'll be happy. I'll just double click. It turned into point type again. See how it's white again? But what it decided to do is it's conserving as if I had done a return carriage here. So if I try to, well, expand it, of course, now it'll distort. So we're back to being area type. And if I go, no, I didn't want that. I'm going to turn it back into, now double click again to turn it back into area type. Now, when you try to rewrap it the second time, it won't. And it's not that it won't, it's just that it thinks that these are lines. You need to click in front of the whatever and delete the fact that it's thinking that these are return cursors. Does that make sense? Never mind. It's just a bit an esoteric example, but some people go twice around this and then you actually have to turn it into a flowing text again or it won't work, and now it'll work again. Because if not, it just thinks that there was a return carriage. Anyway, since I have so much more to teach you that matters, and this is just an exception to the rule, I'm going to keep going with teaching you new stuff. But just showing you that you can go back and forth into area type and not, except for that the rewrapping will think that you've just done a return line and you have to undo that return. Anyway, all right. So if everyone was able to turn something from area type into font and back, into area from point type into area type and back, if you can do that, give me a yes. If you were able to rewrap text and thread text, then give me a yes. If you have any questions about that, let me know. Otherwise, we're going to continue with something else. So Curtis, you're comfy with InDesign, it would seem from what you're saying, or you
Well,
have
I used InDesign about 20 years ago. I'm sure it's completely different now, but I'm familiar with
this
what we did.
feature of it. Okay. Good. Most people, it's the other way around. They'll know Photoshop or Illustrator, but they wouldn't know this. This is now available in Photoshop and in InDesign. I mean, InDesign has always had this feature. Illustrator later and Photoshop now. So it took some time. But yeah. All right, so I'm seeing yeses everywhere, so I'm going to clear your answers and we're going to move on to some other stuff. I'm looking at the time. One last thing I wanted to say about text right now is that if you were to make a shape, so let's grab and make a rectangle, for example, I don't know, there. Or let's try, here, I'm going to even make a combined shape. No, I don't want to get too complicated. I really do need to move on, but let's just do a rectangle then. If I were to now want to fill that with type, I can, let me just zoom into it. Let me give it a different color. This black is so menacing. There we go. So now I have a shape. This could be a star, a shape, a house, anything, right? I just made a rectangle. So watch my mouse. When it's in this mode with this little black thing, it's because I'm about to write text. Imagine here, I click and I write text, right? That's what that shape is. Now look at what happens when this shape, when the tip of the arrow, the very top left part of this arrow shape touches the path. See how it went and it turned round? That means that I'm about to fill this shape with text. So I'm going to click and now that shape filled with text. So what's so different between that and make it an area type box? Let me go and choose a star, for example, or a circle. Here we go. Now I choose a type tool and I click in here and it fills with text. Now this font is so big that it doesn't necessarily give me a really good circle, but you know, it gives you an idea, especially if I make my circle, set my text centered and it gives you an idea. Now, if I had that circle underneath, maybe I had a circle. I'm just trying to make a bigger circle underneath it. Give me a sec here. Say that I had this sitting inside of a yellow circle, but the circle was underneath it. I'm complicating this example. I don't know why. Sometimes things happen that way. Then I have a circle that's a shape, and then I have my font sitting inside of a frame that's a circle, and then that kind of works pretty well, right? But the important thing was just this, that you can fill shapes with font. Or now let's go ahead and I'm going to move this over there. Let's make another circle. Whoops. Wow. My mouse is doing weird stuff. Let's fill my shape with another circle. Okay. And now, watch. I'm going to go to the type tool again. If I were to click right now, same thing would happen. I'm going to undo. That's not what I wanted. I want my type to go around this path. What I need to do is get my type to have this little squiggle shape. Like right now, outside it's a square, inside it's a circle. But when I point to my path with the tip of my mouse and hold down my Option or Alt key, see how I have this little like kind of shape? And I click, then my text follows the path. I can also, if that's too complicated, I can go and choose from the type tool, the type on a path tool, right? If forgetting how to get to that, then just go down and choose the type on a path tool, and it lives in that mode. And then when you click on any path, it fills with text. But I prefer keeping it always in the type tool and then just remembering that I need to hold down the Option key when I'm pointing to the path, and then that gives me that choice. All right, so does everyone have a circle that's filled with text and a circle that's outlined by text? If so, give me a yes, and then I'm going to show you how to handle.
No color.
What's that?
Scam call. I was not able to get it to surround the circle. I get a text box saying ellipse, and it's asking me to give it dimensions.
Okay, because you're clicking with your type, with your circle tool, so it's giving you the dimension. So move back to your type tool.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Now hover over that circle that you made. You need to have made a circle first.
All right.
And then when you hover over that circle and hold down the Option key, you'll be able to click and it'll fill with type.
It did it. Okay. Thank you.
Did it? Okay, great. Curtis, did that work for you? Okay, I know Gerard, you're in and out now and then you're talking, but if you're there and if everything
How
is
how did you get it to do the circle? The
okay.
type of circle.
So first I just make a circle, right? Boom,
Mhm.
circle. So give it the shape you want, right? Then go to your type tool, choose your type tool again. And now when you're hovering over this circle, right when you're touching the path, hold down your Option or Alt key. And the shape will turn into that little kind of a swirly curve. You see that?
Got it.
Now simply click. And that same Lorem Ipsum, when I now leave the type tool and go to my selection tool again, there we go. Lorem Ipsum has shown up, only around the shape of the circle. Now let me zoom into this a little bit, because how do you work with this text? This one here is like before, you make it smaller, bigger. It's an area type. It turns into area. How to area have happened to be masked by a circle, but it functions like if I make my area smaller, here's more text. I pick it up, then I keep continuing. So basically, this functions like any other area type box. But how about this one? What if I want to write my own stuff in there? Let's go and use our type tool for a second. And let's click in there and say Command or Control A to select all the text that's been written. And let's replace it with your own text. You could have written from the beginning, but now you are writing it. And see how I'm almost at the end of my text, my round circle, but I'm going to keep writing. What did I say? But now you're writing it again, and you are writing more so that it continues. I kept writing when I got to the end. Were you able to do this?
I couldn't get my circle that I filled to be filled with color.
I don't have color on mine either. The color disappears and it becomes a path. You want this to be filled with color?
Ah, okay. I thought I was missing something.
No, I made another circle before to show you that I made a circle out there. The one that I painted with yellow. Is that the one you mean? And then I placed it behind, and I went over here and I moved it down to show you that this circle, to put text inside of the circle. But these are two separate creatures. The circle that you use to fill with text is not going to hold color.
Okay.
You need to have text and you need to have a circle on top. Does that make
And
sense?
yeah, and how did you replace the text?
How did I what?
Replace the text
Okay,
with,
so that one, yeah, so that one, I just went ahead and did it later. It's easier maybe to just do it at the beginning. Go ahead and let's start again, delete that, make your circle, right? Make your circle. And now watch. This time, just watch it first. When I hover over it with my option key and click, that text that comes up is highlighted, ready to be replaced. So now I just start writing. So now I start writing and I will write my own text because any text that is highlighted, which is that black over white, will disappear once you click on another key on your keyboard. And does that make sense?
I'm sorry, how did you get,
Go ahead and share your screen. This is the kind of stuff that physically I need to see what you're doing to see if somehow we're missing a step or something. Okay, now grab your type tool. Now hover over the edge and now hold down your Alt or Option key. There we go. And now start writing and all of that will disappear and your writing will begin. Cool. Is that working?
yes. I wasn't holding down the option key.
Yeah, that was to get the type tool to work. Perfect. Everyone, you got some text around a circle? You can put text around a star, text around any shape you want. The shape disappears and the path allows the text to continue. Now, I want to show you two more things. Oh, wait, I'm not sharing my screen. Hold on.
And you need to take a screenshot.
Oh, thank you. Do screenshots, people. Listen to my assistant teacher here.
I typed too much and it gave me another circle with what I had typed and it had originally disappeared, but there it is, just like with that little red box and the blue.
Exactly. Yeah, I told you to keep typing, so you will have a little box. Yeah, see how I have it too? Because I typed more than what I needed. And I'm going to teach you how to handle that. But see, there it is, that little red box. That's the continuation of too much text. But hang in there. I'll show you something about with that. I was just trying to help Mary Ellen with her shape. Let me just move this out of the way a little bit. Well, actually, let's do a screenshot first because that's the name of this game. And I will move it out of the way now for a second. And let's head back over to, do you all have the Padlet link? Do you need me to give you the Padlet link again? I usually give it a few times.
Yeah, could you give it again?
Yeah. All right, there's the link. Okay. All right. Here we go. So where was I? Oh, I was about to post this. Type inside a shape or type on a path. To type on a path, either choose that tool from the side toolbar, or better yet, with the type tool selected, hover over the path of a shape of an object and hold down the Option or Alt key. The tool will now show you a swirly line, and when you click onto that path, the type will appear, tracing the shapes that path. All right. So now, there we go. And publish. All right. So now, back to Illustrator. So now what we're going to do with this, let me just zoom into this only now. And watch for a minute. Just watch. First of all, I can select this shape and its type, right? I can just change its size. I can give it a big font, small font. I can give it tiny font. If I give it much bigger font, more and more of that text is going to be hiding. If it give it much smaller font, suddenly, no matter how much I wrote, at some point, I've run out of font, right? Out of text. So how do you handle this? Go ahead and make your font small until you run out of space a little bit first. So I had to go all the way down to 6 points. And now, what if I wanted this to start and I want this empty space to be at the bottom? I want the text to go like top to bottom like that. Or what if I want my text to fit the space correctly, right? So does everyone have a circle that now has space in some point without text? I'm going to show you how to manipulate that. All right. So this circle, the place where I started writing, which I put my click over here to start writing, has two lines, like in front of my so now. It's hard to tell. I'm going to, for a second, if you make your paragraph be centered, then you'll see a bit better, like over here in paragraph centered. If not, it doesn't matter. I'm just showing you those two lines, which are sometimes hard to show when you have text on top of it. But right at the beginning of my S, there's a line and there's two lines. So watch what those lines mean. I'm going to back out a bit. Just watch. I'm going to grab the first one and I'm going to move it over. And I am moving it so that I am changing where my text is going to begin. So now it's beginning at the very top. Now, the second line that I left behind is the end point of my type. So as I move to the right and the tail end touches that, it begins to disappear. See that? Because that's the end point of my type. So what I need to do is grab the bottom piece and move that one over a bit, and then this one over a bit, and then I can keep moving the type around. So this is the end point, which if I go smaller than my last word, I get the red box of threaded text. And then if I move the front one, I change where it begins. So now I can decide that I want this one to begin and end right there, side to side. Since I wrote so much, I have extra type. If you were able to do this and this is working for you, I have some more to show you, but if this is working for you, then give me a yes. All right, Vera, do you want to share your screen?
Sure.
This is definitely a hands-on kind of thing where I need to see what you're doing. And then I need to still show you.
Are you doing that in the selection tool or the text tool?
Selection. Any manipulation of your text boxes happen. The only thing you do with your text tool is actually select text and change the color of the font, that kind of thing. But other than that, once you write it, the rest of the time it's okay. So you have a few here are complicated. Why don't you get rid of one or move it over? Because otherwise it's going to be much harder to distinguish. Grab this one with your selection tool or that. Yeah, move it, separate them. Yeah, out of the way. Okay. All right. So now go back to one of them to the other one is better because you have text. Okay. Now, oh, you have threaded type. That's why that's not confuse the issue with threaded type. Can you undo a few times to get rid of threaded type? Because, yeah, Command Z a few times. There we go. And one more Command Z. So you pick out, get rid of your like undo, undo, undo. Command, you're doing forward. I want you to undo. There. Okay, perfect. Now grab your type tool. No, not your type tool, your selection tool, and let's select the box. Not the box, select the circle. Okay, now see over here your two lines. Okay, one of them, don't click on the red dot. The only reason to click on the red dot is to pick up more text. We don't want that. We want you to click on the line. So anywhere except for in the center. Yeah. And now you can move it. There you go. So now you are moving the beginning line. Now, since here you had a long word without spaces, it reached the end and it disappeared. And that's why the whole word disappeared. If you move this back a little bit, you'll see what I mean. Go ahead and move it back. Don't grab it from that center point because you might end up touching that. Grab it from the line, yeah. Move it back.
So if I'm creating an emblem
Yeah,
and I
so don't go over the line. And let me put it back where it went. And I just want to show you what's happening. Go back a little bit further down, like go to the, not down, up. Put it near the circle, the red circle. I wanted to show you why that other word, keep going. I want this other word to appear. Keep going a little bit more there. No, don't go over, don't go past it. Leave it like right on this side of it. Because by going past it, you've disappeared everything. Whoops. Grab. Here, okay, let me do this simpler. I don't know how to explain it to you. Just stop for a minute. Go ahead and choose your font and make it smaller because your problem is, I'm trying to show you what the problem is, but I'm not able to undo it. So go over here and make this like 8 or something. Okay. I was trying to show you that the problem is stop for a minute and watch. You have lorem ipsum dolorem amit, and then here you have connect to or replace it with no space, just the text. So it's one humongous word. So when that word hit that area, the whole thing disappeared because it doesn't break it up. That's all. And so click in there and make a space so that you have text that looks more like text. It's now make a little type. There we go. Finally, it was just a weird thing that was happening. Now go back to your type tool and everything will work a bit better because with that long word, nothing was working. Go back to your selection tool now. Good. So now you can move this around and things won't disappear so quickly. Okay, grab that, click and grab that and move
down
it.
or up.
Just start moving it around. No, don't go backwards on it. Go forwards on it. Yeah. Move to the right, move down. That's the first word. Lorem is the first word. The reason it's hard for you guys to distinguish, let me stop you for a minute. Let me share what I'm trying to explain to you, and then I'll have you share again. It's really hard when you have Latin that means nothing to you, which is why I wanted you guys to first write something that makes sense. So delete what you have. Just delete what you have right now, Vera. Get rid of it. Make a circle again, and this time follow my steps. Make a circle. And this time, watch. First, watch me, Vera. I'm going to click with my Alt or Option key. It comes out in Latin. Don't delete it. Just start writing in English. That way you understand the entire sentence. Otherwise, you won't know when it goes missing because it makes no sense. Does that make sense what I'm trying to say? So this part is better so that it makes sense to you when you start writing and you can understand the words that are hiding underneath the end of the circle. Okay?
When I get the squiggly line, is that the point to click on
Yes.
the Option key?
That's the moment.
When I do that, oh,
No, the squiggly line appears because you held down the Option key.
Well, I
If
did
you
it
let go
before.
of
Now
Option-
when I click, it goes around it by itself.
Okay, so then don't do anything to that highlighted text. Don't click into it. Just start writing. Go to your keyboard and start writing. Is it being, is now your,
It's typing.
there you go. This is true of anything, you guys. When you just simply click and you get this highlighted word, if you click into it again, you're legitimizing it, and now you have to delete the lorem ipsum because now you have lorem ipsum in front. Does that make sense? So don't do that. Whenever you click and you get highlighted text, just click on anything on the keyboard and it replaces this with your text, which I happen to hit the T, right? So just don't try to delete it and replace it. Just start writing your own text. Oh, I went back and forth, so I got rid of mine. I need to get back. Oh, I lost my English. Okay. All right. So do you have a circle of English now, Vera?
Yes.
Okay. So the reason I wanted it to be English so that now you can understand what's happening, because before when you were here and you were going, let me make my circle smaller. No, I don't need to make it smaller. I need to make my font bigger. Hold on. So that my font disappears. When you were here and so now you have to be in your selection tool. When you were seeing things disappear, they were all connected by one word. And so the whole thing disappeared, leaving a whole chunk gone because there was no spaces and it was weird. Because look, if the U, just watch, I have the word disappeared once U, right? If I now move it to the right to make it disappear more, the whole word you disappeared. It doesn't leave you the ONSCE. It disappears the word once. Same with the word disappeared. As I keep moving it to the right, now once disappeared. Now I'm going to keep moving it over and the whole word disappeared will disappear. But leave the spot because the whole word disappeared. It doesn't do hyphenated in the sense. So you had like a huge chunk disappearing because they had no space. So it was weird and I couldn't explain it to you what was happening. Now you understand that it appears one word at a time and it disappears one word at a time. Does that make sense?
I see.
Now, that said, what the other thing that was happening, let me shift this over a bit so it's a bit easier for the demo. The other thing that was happening is that, watch, if I move to the right, that's fine. That's the end point. It stays there. I keep losing text when I get there, but that's not a problem. But watch what happened, what Vera was doing, that she kept moving this front line over the back line. When you do that, all your text disappears. And I was like, no, don't move it over that because you're putting your beginning after the ending and then it just disappears because you have all the words stuck out in place. So you can't cross over that point. These two can't cross over, okay? You need to always be in one way or the other. So if I want my text to begin here, I'm going to have to first move the end point of my text out of the way. And now we have very little text. And now I'm going to grab the beginning of the text and move it over there. And then I'm going to move my end. Does that make sense? I'm just kind of moving both back and forth until I get them to go where I want. Is that working or not?
Yes.
All right. Now I have something else that might blow your mind a little bit. Watch my screen. In the midst of these two lines, wherever those two lines middle is, which I happen to have left up here, there's another little thing sticking up. And if you have a lot more text, then between this and this, the middle would be right there. Like imagine crossover, and there's that line. If I grab this line, if I drag it in, now I've put the text inside my circle. And I drag it out again, now my text is outside of the path. Okay, so find the center point of your text. And so between these two, that's the center point. That's the line I'm talking about. You can drag it in or out. Now, if you drag it in, now I need to grab the beginning and move it over again so that now I can read it upside down, side up. And now it's like readable again. Does that make sense? because of putting it in, it ended upside down. I have to make it go like that. Anyway, so that's just some funky stuff around writing. Now, if I move it outwards again, I'm gonna grab it and pull it out. I need to move my whole text box over a little bit so it's on the bottom of the page. Okay, so if I grab this thing and pull it out again, now it looks like it's upside down, so I need to move my endpoints around so that I can read it on top. Okay. Now, just like before, if I were to pick up this text from that's left over from this box, it just goes into another threaded box that I need to then drop somewhere else. So I wanted, if you don't write too much, then it all fits in there. But if you write too much, you end up getting this little threaded box, and here's the rest of that text, right? Which normally for a circle, you wouldn't do that. Normally you wouldn't want threaded text. But I wanted to make sure that you could see the two lines and their distinctions and why text keeps appearing and disappearing. Right? All right. I want to be done for now with text. There's so much more we could do, but the only thing that normally I spend some time explaining, and I will have you guys do it yourselves, is that a lot of logos I'm looking at the time, a lot of logos get created based on text, right? And so if right now I wanted this time word to become a logo, right? Here, let me move this over there and put it up there. I can't really manipulate text. Text is what it is. It's text, right? That's it. The designer made it this way, and it's going to stay in this way. Let me find a funkier font. A bit more. I don't seem to coming up with anything in particular. There's that one. There's a funky-ish font. All right. So if I want to keep playing with this to make it into a logo, and it could have been any font. I don't know why I wanted something more than just Times New Roman. I have to have it leave the realm of text and become a shape. So I'm going to, in this case, copy this and paste it again. This one is text. It has to be manipulated only by choosing the type tool and maybe saying tame, right? That's all I can do with it. It's text. But this one is what we did to that A. I'm going to go over to type and create outlines. Remember when we were working on compound paths? I created outlines. So once again, how did I do that? I went up to type, create outlines. Is it already time for the second break? Give me finish this, and then when we come back, we'll start with color. So now up to the type, create outlines, which then after that is grayed out because I've already created the outlines. You can only do it once. Now this is shapes that look like letters, just like the A we made. And if I go look over here into my layers, and it's a group called time, when I opened it up, there's 4 compound paths. One looks like a T, one like an I, one like an M, one like an E. I didn't write anything. Let me actually, I didn't happen to write anything that has a hole like the letter A, but it is still created as compound paths. Now I'm going to ungroup this for a second. So I'm going to command, or here, I'll go over to this button and ungroup it. So now these are 4 separate literal letters. That's time, right? But they're not letters. They're shapes that have this shape. So now I can use my arrow tool to begin to distort, right? And now, and I'm just throwing things out because I'm going to let you guys play with it. But now I can create, that's how you have the regular word and then you have a fancy shape as one of the letters or something. It's because they're not letters anymore. I can't use my type tool on this anymore. They're shapes. Does that make sense? I think earlier on, I was showing you, let me see if I can show you really quickly hand bridge in my digital design techniques class.
I know I
Yes.
ungrouped, but they're still moving all 4 letters at the same time. I can't
Yeah,
individually.
because when you first ungroup, the group is still there. Click away, deselect, and then go back and you can select one at a time. You still had the group selected even though you ungrouped it, so you need to just
Oh, I see. Thank you.
so you need to click away and then you can grab one at a time. I was just showing you bridge for a second. In digital design techniques, we did this where we grabbed the word turn, right? And then we just played around by manipulating the word turn. We put them together and got this logo out of it. But it was just the word turn to start with. We created outlines and then we started turning one upside down, right? Putting one on top of the other. It's shapes. And that's what we got. Okay. So this is Illustrator. If I go over into the shapes, each one of these was a path that we made that well, this is the cleaned up one where we already got every piece together, but it started by being letters that we turn into outlines. Does that make sense, you guys? I was hoping to do that here, but somehow we ran out of time. So it's up to you if you want to create a word, a shape, a logo, and have some fun with it. You can put all kind of effects on this. I mean, you can do whatever you might want to do here. I have some effects. I can stylize it. I can give it little warping shapes. I can turn it into different things. So, it's up to you to play around with that kind of stuff. But I mainly want to just there we go. I made it even funkier than that. But most importantly, I want you guys to know how to manipulate it yourselves with the tools that I've been teaching you, right? All of these little things that you manipulate. All right. So play around with that. It's a shape. It happens to look like an E, but it's a shape now. So you can do whatever you've been doing to all your shapes and it'll do whatever you want it to do. Okay. It's not font anymore. All right. So give me a little demo of that in your Padlet. And let's go for our final break and then we'll come back and let me see the time. It's 12:24, 34, 39. Is that 15? I don't know. I'm so bad at missing. 40, is that correct? Be back at 12:40. Is that 15 minutes-ish?
Yeah. How do you ungroup again?
Either, let me share my screen. If you have a grouped item, which I don't right now, so let me group these. Okay, so to ungroup it over here, it would say ungroup, or you would go up to object ungroup. But you first need to have it grouped for it to ungroup, right? But then
Okay.
once you ungroup it, and this is what was happening to Curtis, when you first ungroup it, it's ungrouped, but it's still selected as a group, so it still moves as a group. You need to click away and then go back, and then you get in each one individually. Okay?
Mhm.
Because for better or for worse, it's still selected. Okay. All right. Let's save and let's go on break. I'll see you guys in 15 minutes. All right, we're back. Running around like a crazed chicken trying to finish packing every time we have a 2-minute break. Anyway, life is crazy. Never try to leave the instant you're done teaching. I still have to do attendance and grading and all that for this one after I'm done, and then I'm out of here. Okay. Okay. Let me clear your feedback. Let's I share my Illustrator again, and let's go ahead and work on some color. First of all, let me refresh over here. Looks like you guys have been doing a bit of posting. Make sure to keep posting if you have distorted that word as much as you can. And now here we go. Let's make a new file. Our good old 4x4x4. And we're going to make some squares. Let's go ahead and I'll make a square about, I don't know, a rectangle. Well, let's make a square. I don't know. Clearly, I don't care. Not I don't care. I don't care. That's the wrong word. It doesn't matter is what I meant to say in the end of it's a square rectangle. Let's make a little square that I'm going to repeat now. Let's give it a color, any color. Boom. And then I'm going to repeat that with the Option key and held down, holding the Shift key so that I get a perfect copy. And then one more time. I'm going to select it and do again. Copy, and using the alignment features, I end up with 3 perfectly aligned little squares. Then I'm going to grab those 3, and again, I'm going to hold down the Option key and drag out 3 more, and they'll be also perfectly aligned. And then do that one more time. And in 2 seconds, I have a really nicely aligned little box of squares. So I'm going to show you again how I did that. First, I made a box. Let me just do it somewhere over there so that it doesn't get infected. Put it in there. Hold down the Option key, drag another one out, and whatever distance you give it, when you do the third one, it'll remind you to give it the same distance. And holding the Shift key helps because then they are in alignment. So the 3 are easy to make-ish. Then you grab those 3 and repeat those. And once that one is set, then repeat it one more time. And now, again, the pink will tell you when those 3 are in alignment. Okay, so I'm going to just leave only one page of that. If you need a hand with that, let me know. Oh, but look at that. Those 2 aren't, after everything I said, I moved it around and that one wasn't aligned there. I'm going to save. Let's call this one color. Anyway, give me a yes when you have your blocks. All right. I don't have saves. I don't have yeses yet. So do you not have your blocks? Do you need help getting this done? It doesn't matter if you have messy old blocks because it's just about color. I was saying, since we've learned all of this, do it this way. But I don't care if they're aligned or not aligned, or if the spaces are the same or not the same. It's all about color. It was more like review material in order to get it in this alignment. Okay, so if you have a bunch of blocks and you're ready to go, give me a yes. Um, All right. Mary Ellen, you okay? Aaron and Gerard, are
I'm
you there and doing the work for now or not? Just so I know to call you. Give me a little.
I'm still making my boxes.
Yeah,
Okay, remember you can just say copy, paste, 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 and just drop them. I don't need. I heard you, Gerard. Was that you? You're there?
yeah, I'm still working on it.
And that's fine. I just need to know where you're there to and Aaron, you're there too. Okay, just sign of life to see whether to call on you. You don't have to show yourself to me if you don't want to, but I wanted to know if you were all there. Okay, so when I select one, my choice is to fill up here, but we've been using this little palette for way too long, and these are the colors that come. Let me just move this over a bit so you can see that better. These are the palette, they're called palettes, they're called swatches. This is the swatch that comes, a default set of swatches that come with the computer, and you've been playing with a lot of these, right? No. But then some of you might have already played and noticed that after the set of colors disappears, then you get a couple of gradients, right? And we're gonna do, by the end of today, we'll have done gradients. And then you also have two that are just kind of like a funky fill, okay? So that's just what's in the basic set of samples. Let's go back to a solid color, by the way. I don't care which color, but choose a color again. Um, Underneath that, you have two little folders, and one of them holds a whole set of grayscale, right? And the other one holds what's called, I wouldn't call them pure colors, but in a way it is. Watch, I'm going to double click on one of these guys, double click on it. You got this thing called swatch options. These are little swatches. And these four down here, notice the numbers. It's cyan, magenta, yellow, and black, right? And it gives you red. We are in the CMYK mode because we chose print when we first created this template or this foursome box that we've been using. So it's giving me that color in CMYK. So if this were to be printed, the printer would have to go through the cyan. It would go, nope, not dropping any color in here. Then the printer would look at magenta and it would drop the max magenta it can, the max yellow it can, and then no black. So you'd get that color, right? Now notice that this box, and how I got this box again, I double clicked on a swatch. This box has some other information here. It has a little box called global. We're not going to click on it right now, but we will later. It says process color as opposed to what? As opposed to spot. We're not going to choose spot right now, but 99.999% of the jobs you'll ever do will be process color. If you ever choose spot, then a spot color is an additional color that you will choose, you know, the company Pantone. Pantone makes colors that are already mixed. And they have a wide selection of colors that you buy, and the printer that you send your company to, your job to, will have to buy from Pantone that color ink, and they will receive a little bottle of that color ink, and it has a name, and they will do the 4 passes of CMYK, and then they will add one more pass with this special Pantone ink, which means that your job will cost way more. It also means that if you have a very specific color, like Coca-Cola red is a trademarked Pantone color that is always, no matter if you print it here in China, in Bangladesh, in Argentina, as long as the company that prints it uses that spot tone, they will always get the same red. And that's important to a company like Coca-Cola. Their red cannot be any other red. Does that make sense? Versus if you get a mix of CMYK, what if one company that prints gives CM 100% less, maybe the color's a little bit off or a little bit whatever. So certain places make sure to use Pantone colors or spot colors in addition. But then, as I said, it's a special ink, it's another pass, so it's more expensive. But that's why 90% of the times we're going to be in process color. Now, over here in color mode, you get to choose CMYK or RGB. And now the same color is being described in RGB. Did I take you guys to the color picker yet? I did that with Digital Sign Techniques, or I did it with you guys, that I showed you the different color. Anyway, did I take you guys to this color picker?
How did you get
No.
the swatch?
Okay. The swatch, when you go to choose a color, if you double click on it, you open the swatch options. any of these colors. I happen to be on red, but I could have chosen any of these that we've been using, double click, right? But the thing is that these are mixes of colors versus these down here, about as pure as they get, this little set right there. That's why I settled on that one to show you the spot colors. Okay. They're not spot colors, I'm sorry, the swatch options. Did you get it now, Mary Ellen?
I
Double click
lost,
on any of these guys. You know
I
when I say
lost,
fill,
I lost my fill.
select a color. You won't have a fill if you don't select. Select a box, then the fill will appear. Because if there's nothing selected, the fill box won't be there. Yeah. So select one of the boxes, go to your fill box. Is it there now or not? Or did you lost your whole properties panel?
I've got the properties panel. I just got a swat or okay, I got it.
Swatch, and then you double click. And these are your swatch options. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So you get to choose what now. I'm not sure. I think I showed it to the Digital Design Techniques group where we talk a lot more about different versions of things. But these are all different color models. I'm not going to get deeply into it right now. Just let me say that this color model of CMYK is what you will use if you're going to go print, because it describes this 5 inks, the cyan, the 4 inks, cyan, magenta, yellow, and black that need to go. So if someone gets this thing, they need to get this combination to get that red. If instead this is going to go onto a screen, you would use RGB. RGB describes the same color in red, green, and blue, which is light. Okay, but the red is the same red. That said, you can get much more punchy tones in red in RGB than you can get in CMYK because light is beaming behind it, right? Anyway, then you can get web safe RGB or RGB, never mind, just let's all go back to CMYK because the web number is down here. So if you're going to be writing in code, that same red that you said, you tell someone, please print this in, and you basically, all you literally have to describe. So let me double click this again, the swatch options. If it's a web designer, you tell me, I want my logo to be hashtag ED1C24. They put that in code and they get that red. You tell your printer, I want this red to be 0, 100, 100, 0. They know in that order that that means cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. Okay, so it's just like if I were in English saying green and in German saying, I have no idea how to say it in German, in French saying vert, in Spanish saying verde. It's just different languages. It means more than that as to what model I printed, but basically I am calling out the same color in different languages, okay? That depend on the printing process I'm going to use or the whatever display process I'm going to use. So now if I were to want to change a color, one way to change this color is to just move these sliders, right? Beam, 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 beam. And see how my color is changing? A little bit random. It's hard to find the color you want this way, but it's one way to change the color. Maybe I'm almost at the color I want, and if you made it a little bit brighter, a little bit pinker, a little bit whatever, it would give you what you want. Then that kind of works to change a color. It's not the best way, but it works. The problem with this, what we just did, is that this swatch had a name. It had a name, and that name was CMYK red. And now this is not red anymore, is it? You see the name, swatch name, CMYK red? This is not red anymore because I changed it over here. Anyway, I'm going to say okay to that, but notice that if I hover over that that color now in the color panel, I think it was this one. See how a little tooltip still says CMYK red, but it's not red anymore? I have changed it. It is now purple. Let me change it into something even more obvious that it's not red. Here, I'm going to change it into blue. It's clearly not red anymore, right? And yet it still says CMYK red. That said, you could change the name. You could say CMYK blue or pale or whatever, right? Anyway, just showing you that we've changed the swatch. Okay. Now let's select, let's go ahead and this time select one that's correct. So let's select maybe the same orange again that we had before. And now, whoops, we're going to go over here and we're going to select these three. You know how to select three at a time? Either by clicking and dragging like that or saying click, shift, shift, click. We want these three, the second three. Okay, so these two, these leave them in the original color. And if you don't remember the original color, choose a color for them. It doesn't matter. I want everything to be the same color right now. So choose one. One that's here. Don't make a new one for now. Choose one of the settled default colors. Now select the second three. And we're going to go up here and we are going to double click and we're going to choose global instead. So all I did is click on the global. So these three are not global and these three are global. Okay? All good? We'll say okay to that. Notice that when I made it color global, it over here on the palette, it suddenly has this little tiny triangle there to let you know you made a color global. So what does global mean? Right? What is a global color? Well, they seem like the same color. They're just going to act a little bit differently. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to copy now. One of these global colored, the second three are global. I'm going to copy it and I'm going to paste it over here somewhere.
How did you make it global?
Okay, I selected that color, double clicked on it, and I just turned on the little global box. That's all. Boom. Double click on the color. Did you see that? Is that working?
I double clicked.
And then check on the global box.
Okay.
Okay. Now select one of these again, copy it, the global, and then let's put it here on the fourth page. And then let's select one of the first ones that was not global, copy it, and put it here. So now here, and I'm just gonna use a little type tool to say not global. And then here I'm going to say yes, global. You don't have to do that right now, but if you want to do that because you want this to be there for you. Right now, I just want you to see the difference between global and not global. But since they're the same color, I wanted to label them. Okay. Y'all good? Now, let's go to this color now. And oops, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to change it. I just thought I was coloring the same thing. Let's go ahead and I should have probably done it with a different color. No, I'm going to go ahead and change it now. So how do I change the color? I just showed you. Double click. So I'm clicking on the global one. Everything's got the same color, doesn't it? It's the same color, but one was global. I am going to change the global one. And everything colored in global is changing. See that? Everything that was colored global, all the boxes that I filled with the global version changed, no matter if they're on the same page, on another page, if I had 20 pages. Versus
Mine,
the ones that were not colored with global didn't change.
mine didn't change the others. I changed the global, but the others stayed the same.
Exactly. That's what happens. When you want something to change, for example, imagine now, just put yourself in this example. You're making a catalog, right? And in the catalog, it has 20 pages and you put a little curly Q, whatever. Maybe you make this shape at the bottom of each of those pages and you put a little logo in there. And it's at the bottom of every one of the 20 pages, yeah? And you color it with something not global. But they're the same one. You basically copy paste it. So you have 20 of them on the same page and life is good. You should take it to your client and they go, ooh, I hate that orange. Can you make it blue? And you say, okay, of course I can, grumble, grumble, because you're not charging by the hour, you're charging by the project, and you made a mistake there of not doing that. And so you spend an hour opening the 20 pages and changing this one, making it blue, page 2, making it blue, page 3, making it blue 20 times, because each one has to be changed independently. Knowing that you have a repeated element, had you colored it with global, all you needed to do was click on that choice. Then when your client says, hey, make it blue, you're like, no problem. You select your color, you make it blue, and all 20 elements or 250 elements or however many elements change at the same time because they were all colored and changing based on the one. Does that make sense, you guys? I'm seeing Curtis saying yes. Everyone else?
I
Is
just,
that like,
can you show how you make it global? I saw you click, but I don't see it popping up on mine. Is it just start global edit or?
no, no, you double click the color and you
Mhm.
turn on, you let me just get my annotations. You check mark, you turn this on, clicked or unclicked. That makes it global. That makes it not global. That makes it global. That makes it not global. If the check mark is on, it's global. How I got this,
Yeah, how did you get that?
I just double click on a swatch. Double click on a swatch. That's all. And then this opens up. Okay. So when you go color something, you go fill it with something. Yes.
Mhm.
Now that same one, double click on that color right there. Double click. And you get the swatch options. And in the swatch options, you get a choice to make that color
Okay,
global or not global.
got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. So we don't use global for everything, or for most things, in fact. We only use global when we are doing a repetitive element. So I was making a children's book. Someone had made a whole children's book and they wanted it changed in format and stuff. And then they said, oh, let's make the sky lighter. And it turned out I had to go to 40 pages and change that sky each time. And that's when I learned my lesson. Because the person who designed it had just made the sky different each time, but it wasn't working out well in print. So next time around, if you're doing something that's repetitive and then suddenly all the skies need to change in 40 pages, make that a global color. And then you change it once and all 40 pages will change. That's all. That's the big use of global. Now, say it's not even 40 pages. Say, and I gave you guys an example of when I gave you guys the class files. Give me a second. So remember this one here, this big art so far? Let me just say continue for a second. Now this is a little bit different example. Let me move that little pink thing out of the way. But what if this is the art that you're making, and see how many times you're using that green in thousands of little circle elements, that red, that blue. What if you decide that you want this green tone to be a tad more teal-ish? It's one drawing. It's now not a catalog of 20 elements. It's one drawing, but it's not like the little houses here that oh, I didn't want to open Photoshop. That was a mistake. Hold on. You're not even seeing my Photoshop. Let me close it. I double clicked and so Photoshop here. It's not like this where if you want to change this blue, well, it's only 7 stripes. That's fine. If you want to change the red, there's just a few things and whatever. Each house is different. No, this is an illustration where if you change this green in this circle, it's got to change everywhere. So it's one illustration with many instances of that shape. So then you would want to make sure that you're coloring this as a global green so that when you make it teal instead, all the greens of that color change into teal. Does that make sense, you guys? You would go crazy trying to sub-select that shape unless you did a good job and you did have the groups, and then you could just select the group. So that's another example. It's not only for repetitive elements in a catalog, but also repetitive shapes that have the repetitive color in one piece of art. If I change this orange, it'll change everywhere. but it's many, this orange flower is combined of one flower, another flower, a circle, another by a little string. It's many little bits of Illustrator that all will have to change one each time if I want to make this orange changed, unless I had called it global. Does that make sense, you guys? So that's just the difference between global and non-global, right? Is how easy it is to change many elements that have that same color. That's all that was. Most of the times we don't use global, but the moment you start having many items make together one flower and you want to suddenly change those petals, ideally either you group them correctly so you can select them all and change them one time, or you have to make sure you use the global color. Okay, now that's that. Now here, let's go ahead and fill with these little tiny two choices that are at the bottom. One says foliage, and then the other one, I'm going to select another one here and fill it with whatever that one's called, pompadour. Okay, so there's the two little fills. Now these are interesting because if I were to move this box, it's kind of weird, but let me, every time I click a second time, it's like there's a pattern in the bottom that's filling this box, but I'm seeing a bit of it through this hole. You see that? It's like, it's not like I can move this pattern with me as is. Rather, it's like a mask. It's showing me a pattern and it's pushing through that hole. Just so you know, in case you wanted to see this much green and that little bit of yellow and move it over, and suddenly the yellow's over there and the green is over there. It didn't move with you. Does that make sense? That's just a feature of those fills. I'm going to show you more about it, but for now, just know that. Yes, Mary Ellen?
My global didn't change. I selected the three.
Share your screen so I can see what's happening at this point. It's easier than to know than to describe. Okay, so you have only one thing called global, so I'm not sure what happened. Why don't you undo a little bit and then we can redo whatever it is. Or okay, go ahead and select one of the ones that you think is that you made global. Select one of the boxes where you made global. Okay. No, not double click, just select. Go ahead and hit escape to get out of isolation mode. You double clicked and so you're in isolation mode. Go ahead and hit escape to get out of it. Okay, now go show me your fills. Yes, it is filled with global, and I know it is filled with global because you guys can tell why I know it's filled with global, because in that selection when she fills, this thing has that little triangle there. You see that? So it's filled with a global color. What else is filled with a global color?
This one is filled with global. I
But
changed.
it's a different one. So it's not
It
this.
was a copy of one of these.
Okay, do it again. Go ahead and say copy and paste it here now. The one that you just showed me is global. Just say Command C right now. And then say Command V to paste it. And do you know the shortcuts, or do you right click, or even without shortcuts? Just give me a
Command V.
Command C is a copy. Yeah, now you need to paste it. Command V for victory. There we go. Just drag it to the middle. Okay, good. Now go to the color. So we know that that one's also with a double click. Okay, select it. First open it up. Yeah, and now double click on this. And make it green or something. I don't know. Change it. Okay. And all your global colors changed. Say, okay, you must have made a new color here, and that's why nothing else was colored with that color. Go ahead and select it. Let's see what color that is. Select it. Simply select, just a click. Just click on the shape so we can see the selected box. There we go. Now go over here. It's a different color. So go to this panel. It wasn't the same one. Yeah, click on it. Just click. Yeah. And looks like you're using that one. So you changed a different color, and there's no other boxes with this color, and that's why it only changed this one. Does that make sense? You made a different color. Now, if you make another box and you paint it yellow, and then you change that yellow, then they will both change. So anything colored with the same color, in this case, that one was all colored with that one. That's the one you had to change. Now, this one has only one element painted with that. Go make another box, fill it with this one, then change that swatch, and then both of those two make a box there. Good. Now go double click on this swatch right there. Double click on it, which is this one here. I'm painting so much you can barely see it. Yeah. And now make that, I don't know, green or orange, something big. Just change one of these sliders, and both of these will change. Okay?
Okay.
Because they're painted with the same color. All right? If you only have one thing painted with that color, only that one will change, right? So you need to have multiples of it. Okay, perfect. Everyone else good with that? Let me clear your answers. Give me a sec. All right, let me share my screen. Oh, so you guys, just so you know, next Wednesday, the 23rd. Yeah, Wednesday the 23rd, registration starts for the summer classes. If I can do it before I leave, I'm going to be sending out an email with a list of my classes to everyone. So when you see that email, it'll tell you when and where I'm teaching these things in the summer. Well, where it'll be online. I won't be in person until fall. And then yeah, start registering for those classes. But let me just say that if you register for this one again, it's not purely repetitive. There's always something new that you'll learn, right? I'll tackle things differently in different places, or you'll just know enough to now learn at at another level, okay? But you can also register for others of my classes and complement the knowledge and stuff like that. So anyway, okay. Here we go. Now, one last thing, if we still have one box left here that we haven't colored with anything, we're gonna go ahead and give it like one of these gradients, the orange and fill it with a gradient, whatever. I just ended up moving it out, and so my gradient out of the way, that one. Okay, so these are the things that come in that basic palette. Now, let's go ahead and grab these top three that were not global, copy them and paste them to this page, because now we're going to be creating our own colors. And then I'm going to do option and copy and option and copy again, but I don't really care what it looks like. I'm just make 10 little circles, make 5 little whatever. They don't need to be looking perfect. I'm just doing this because it's aesthetically pleasing, whatever, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, so now I don't want these colors. I want my own colors. How do I create a new color? I don't want that set of colors. I'm tired of those. How do I make a new color? Well, I showed you how to modify a created color, but it's not the same as starting from scratch. So let's go ahead and select one of these, right? And one place we can go to make our own colors, there's a couple of different places, but one good place would be over here to this tool that looks the same color. The bottom. Now, if you have if you don't see it, maybe it's hiding over there, let me know. But if not, double click and the color picker box will open up. When the color picker box opens up, you can use it in a couple of different ways, but one of the ways you can use it is by over here in this column, you get to choose kind of the color-ish that you want, the hue, we call it in color theory, the hue. So say that you want a bluish tone, but wherever that was left last is where it'll be. And let's grab here and click somewhere in the center point of this box. And you'll see over here the original color, that orangey yellow. And here's the one I'm creating. And now how this box works is if I move up or down, up or down, I get brighter versions of that color or darker versions of that color until I get to black. Up and down is brighter or darker. And then if I go instead left to right, I get intensity of color, so saturation of color. If I go to the right, it's very saturated. If I go to the left, I lose color until I get to gray. So the far end of this is always grayscale, is black to white. And over here I have really intense versions of that color. And then here I have lighter, but still more intense, less intense, but also light, dark, dark. Okay, so this is kind of middle point of that color. Wherever I let go, that's my new color. Now notice that I can also click around. I don't need to just drag, right? It works to click around or to just drag around. I don't matter until you get a color you want and you go, oh, this is fine, but I wanted it more green. So then you come and you pull down into the greens again, and then you get over there and you get that color. And so suddenly we get to a place, go into the greens or the pinks, please. And then choose a green that's really intense, like very, very saturated, bright green. And
Where
then
did you get the color picker?
once you select a box with a color, you go over here to the toolbar, and this little box here, double click on it, and the color picker pops up. Did that work?
Um,
No.
I,
No?
I got it.
Erin, I think you said something?
Yeah, I can't get it. I have the box selected, but when I double click on the one you're saying, it's not,
Okay, so we're not double clicking on the box. We're double clicking on the tool. So right here, not on the object, but on the tool. Right there.
right.
Not working?
No, oh, there we go. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, because since that's a box and this is a box, it's kind of hard to distinguish. It's the
Yeah, I was clicking on the wrong box.
Yeah. And the thing is, this is the fill. You can double click down there, and that's the stroke color, right? But the top one is the fill color. Anyway, so once again, if you move to the left or to the right, you're going to be making, so everyone go head over to the greens, go find a bright, bright green, and then make that bright, bright green be really saturated and very bright. Let's go to the very, very corner of the bright greens. You there with me?
Uh-huh.
All right. So here's the problem. I'm in CMA. Oh, and this box here is showing the colors. Let me look at the time. I gotta hurry. 22. I have how many more minutes? Okay, I still want to get to the gradient. So anyway, just saying that if you tried to paint something with this color, I'm gonna go. I said, okay. I painted that with that color. It looks really nice. Looks really pretty. When I get this back from my printer, I'm not going to see that bright green. Look what I'm going to see. The printer, watch, see how bright this is? I made it very bright green. Do you see that green here? That's a different green, isn't it? What's happening? See this little alarm? It's telling me that this color here, and watch, I'm going to click on this. Look how it jumped. That's the color that I'll see when I print. Now that's what you're seeing over there. You see that? Wait, but I want that green. Nope, says the computer, you can't because this color is out of the gamut of what CMYK can print. You either need, if you want this tone of green, you need to buy a spot tone for the printer to give you that color. Otherwise, out of CMYK, you cannot make that green. It's not within the gamut of CMYK. So it's warning you that color is going to look like this. And then you go, oh, yeah, and that's true. This does look like that. Does that make sense? So that is, since this document was created in CMYK, that's the green I'm getting. Let me just really quickly, you don't need to do this because I don't have the time, but had I created this in RGB mode, right? I'm just creating a new one in RGB mode. If I had made a box and wanted to color it that bright, bright, bright green and said, okay, it left it in that bright, bright green mode. You see that? But in this mode, it changed it because I am in CMYK, it changed it to CMYK version of that color. Does that make sense, you guys? Because this is going to be fine. The screen can see it. Light paints this one. And so the bright green is a possibility. But in this one, it's already telling you that's what you're going to get. And you got that warning over here telling you, no, 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 I'm not going to be able to give you that one. I'm going to be able to give you this one. Even though you said, oh, you didn't click on that. You said, okay, to this. That didn't turn into that. That turned into the color that the printer can print. Anyway, but now you made that and you go over here and there's nothing in the swatches for that color. That color doesn't appear in the swatches, right? So how do you make that color a swatch? How do you keep it so that later you can use it for the other green that you want to make some grass and none of these greens was good enough. So you want this one to be your color. There's so many greens, it's kind of hard to tell. That's why I usually pick a teal because there's no teal. So let me go with a color there. Let's go over there. Hold on. I need to stop this call that's coming in. There we go. I want to make this swatch be my swatch so that I can paint it again. Otherwise, look, if I go and paint that color, it's not there. So I can't paint that color. So how do I make it a swatch? So we're going to select the box with a new color. We're going to go over here and we're going to click on this little plus sign to make a new swatch. And so the new swatch box opens and it says, this is the color you want? And you're like, yep, thank you. Now look at the name is going to be the CMYK numbers for it. 76, 1, that's the name of the box. I could call it teal green, right? If you want to. I don't even say it's very tealish. And oh, it looks like I had left the global box turned on, so I'll turn it off. It stays on if you had it on before, it stays off if you had it off. So now I have made my new color. Now I can go to another box and open it up and paint it that color because I had make it into a swatch. Okay, give me a yes when you make your own swatch. Okay. This is a call about the trip. I just let him know I'm teaching. I'll call him after. Okay, so was everyone able to make a color, make a swatch, and then color it something else with the color that you just made? All right, I'm seeing yeses, Vera, Mary, yeah, Mary Ellen. Okay. All right, so you can make your own little set of swatches. Now, what if you don't want to invent your own color? So you can do that ad nauseum to create your own swatches. There's other tools where you can choose color that we don't have open right now, but that's the best one. So I'm going to just show you the best one, which is that one. Okay. Now, what if you want to use colors that Illustrator already invented for us? Let me select one more of these little yellow boxes. What do you mean invented for us? Well, yeah, let me show you. Let's select another box. Maybe this one that has my color, and I'm going to go over to the fill. And at the bottom left of this box, let me put it right there. The bottom left of this box, there's a thing that if you understand icons, that's a little library, a little bookshelf with a little crooked color. It's a library of colors. I'm going to click on that little library, and there's a whole bunch of swatches that were created for us already. For example, if I go to art history, there's colors that are ancient colors or pop art or Russian posters. Let me go to ancient. And look, a little thing, and I'm going to pull it open. A little set of ancient colors is popping up. What do you mean popping up? Yeah, the Illustrator has a set of ancient colors in sets. So if I want to use this set, I can, so here's just watch, pay attention to this for a second. Let me clear my pink. Just keep an eye then at what's about to happen. Oh, when I go to the zoom tools, it turns off here. Keep an eye when I want this color. So I'm going to start trying them out, right? So I'm going to say, what about this blue, right? What about this orange? What about this pink? What about this green? See how I'm choosing them? But when I go over to my swatches, they're not there. So if I want to say, oh yeah, I like this little set right here. This is the perfect set. I like this set of colors. I can double click. See when I touch the little folder piece? Not double click once. I touched the folder and it got transferred over into my swatches. So I touched the folder and that palette now came over here sitting under my other ones. And now I can close this up and there we go. Now I have those colors and now I can paint that set of, I can use that set of colors that was made by Illustrator for me. Or I'll go over and I'll go, I'd rather some beverages colors. And I look over here and this is a whole series of beverages colors. I don't know what beverage is this tone of red. I wouldn't drink that, would you? Really? Oh, maybe wine. Okay. I don't know, beverage colors. Now, I don't need to keep going back and opening. The library is here. I can go and find a bunch of things that are already made, default swatches for print, video, color, books, and celebration. Let me go back to now pop art. Here are the tones in pop art, and I click on that. Just clicking on that brought it over to me. All right. Now, that said, we don't have just plain colors. We also have other stuff. We have gradients. We have things that look like metal. We have things from nature, but we also have patterns. So go find the one that says patterns. And maybe I want a pattern of basic graphic dots, for example. And pay attention. This is a little bit different. There's no folders here, right? So watch what's going to happen. I'm going to just try these patterns out. And I'm going to say, how about that one? And I clicked on it. And I brought little dots. Just trying it out has moved that over. See how now that little one has moved over? I didn't need to bring the whole folder. I just clicked on one. I'm going to click on one more there. And when I click on it and this changes color, that pattern got brought over too. I'm going to go into my library and I'm going to choose different kinds of patterns. Where's the patterns there? I'm going to go with nature, animal skins patterns. And there, I just brought in some, let me just do it over here. I brought some leopard skin or no, giraffe or zebra. So as I tried 2 or 3, guess what's happening there? They're all coming in. Peacock, zebra, leopard, dots. Okay. So when you see a folder to bring it in, you need to click on the little folder. But when you try these guys, just touching them brings them into your palette. Okay. Is everyone good with that? I can stretch this out from the very corner to make it bigger. So explore that. Now let's go to the gradients. And there's a ton of gradients. And let me actually click on another one of these shapes. There we go. Let's go to the gradients. And we're going to make our own gradients. That's the end of this class, is making our own gradients. But let's say that I want a, I don't know, stone and brink gradient. And I click on that. And then here I have some stone and brink gradients. And when I go over here, the gradients also come in on their own. The ones that are pretty cool are the metal, the gradients. They really do make something look shiny. Like, there we go. I just made it have a little like shine. Now, by the way, even if I change this gradient, I had the stone and brick, just that I had used it, it came over. So now I have the stone and brick there and the metal shiny one. So even if I were to delete all these and not have them anymore, they came in and they're sticking with me, okay? All right, so now the last thing is if you created your own colors, you can turn them into a little group. So I'm going to close this little libraries, go into my group, and we only created one of our own colors at this point. We didn't make more, but say that we wanted to make a group out of, say, these 4, if they were mine, I could click shift, that set of colors. Say that I had made 4 of my own. We don't have the time for me to do that, so I'm going to just choose existing colors. I can choose these here, either shift and click each one at a time or go all the way from here to here. They're greens. And I'm going to make a little folder of them for me. I can now, with all of them selected at the same time, click on the little folder icon. And I'm going to call this one greens, for example, and I'm going to say okay. And I've made a little, see that? I've made my own little selection of greens. So when you make your own 7 colors for your illustration, then you can select them and make your own little, you know, my tomato, my lettuce colors or whatever. Okay. So now, if that worked, we're going to play with gradients, and that will be the swan song of the class. So is everyone good?
No, not yet. When I got to the dots, it wasn't copying it over. What could I have missed?
Did your block color itself? Make sure
No,
to have something selected, right?
it's
Because,
it's selected and my dots are on the screen. But when
okay,
I click on the fill box, I
okay,
don't
it's a
see it in there.
tiny little box. You have to hit it with your you have to hit it with your let me go to lines this time. It's a similar thing. You have to make sure that it clicks. See, it takes a little bit. Click it again, and when you see it coloring, then it came over,
No,
right?
okay, it came over. All
Yeah,
right.
you just need to touch it. It's like the very tip if it's not, and then it'll come over.
And the other question I have is my gradient doesn't look like yours. When I go to
Yeah.
my gradient tool, your bottom is black and my black, I just don't have black there.
Well, I have a stroke on mine. We're gonna do gradients right now. So we're gonna make our own, and then you'll understand gradients better. So whatever gradient I
No, I'm
gave,
talking about the color picker.
what's black on the gradient?
No, it was when you were showing us the color picker from the left and the box pops up to select the color.
Oh, the color picker. So
Yes, the bottom of yours is black and mine, I have black there, but when I go to it, it doesn't show.
your
So
screen, because I have no idea what you're talking about in the color picker. We don't do gradients in the color picker. So I'm not sure what you're saying, color picker and grade. Oh, you mean because this is a gradient. Got it. The color picker this is not how you make a gradient, but this is a gradient. Okay, so go ahead and let me stop my share so you can share yours.
you see down here, it doesn't match yours.
Oh,
Mm.
click on,
Move
oh yeah, it's like you have,
the black never lands down there.
I don't know, but you don't actually have all your hues. You have only greens. Go ahead and say cancel that for a minute. Check, select a box, a regular box. Select the box that has color
there.
fill. Yeah, now go to the color picker and
Oh.
double click. What is up with your color picker? It's so weird. It's, you know how you said you had been playing around with gradients on your own? I wonder what you, see how she doesn't have the range of colors here? She only has a gradient. Go ahead and, I'm wondering what color, go click on color swatches. I wonder if you have it set in a different mode.
I've had that happen too, and I can't figure out why it does that.
I go ahead. I've never seen that, but it's good to know, Momi, that you did too. There's something that changed the language it's in. Go ahead and cancel for this. Go ahead. I Go ahead and there's something that resets this for a little bit, and I'm not sure if it's gonna work, but see right above the color picker, there's that teensy, no, say cancel. Yeah, this won't work until you cancel it. Cancel it. Right above the color picker, there's those 2 little boxes. Yeah, click on that for a second. That defaults it to black and white. Now double click on this color picker again, and let's see if that brought you back the regular one. No. All right. I don't know the answer. I really don't know. I've never seen that. Momini says she's seen it, so obviously it's not so strange. I have no idea what your color pick. I've used the color picker for 30 years. I've never seen this. So I'm going to have to bow out so I can teach gradients before the class is over.
Okay.
Because I don't have time to troubleshoot it because we only have a few minutes left. So, and I'm kind of really short on time. So, all I can say is, and I am going to say this really quickly, once you're done, say cancel to that. Once you're done, what I did to reset my Illustrator, go up here to the word Illustrator at the very top, go to settings, say general. Go ahead and you can reset the preferences, and it won't happen until you restart Illustrator again. So it's telling you that, but go ahead and say okay. And then next time you close and restart Illustrator, hopefully that choice. So don't say restart now. Go ahead and say cancel. And then you'll have to do that again and see if that helps afterwards, because I wouldn't have the slightest idea what caused that. Unless you want to Google it, I wouldn't know where to begin. All right.
Okay.
Guys, let me just quickly show you some gradient work and then we're done. So I'm gonna, just because I'm in a hurry, I'm gonna get rid of these two, and I'm usually using a different page, but let's go ahead and use these 2 pages.
You need to share your screen.
Oh, thank you. I just got deleted the 2 boxes that said global and not global, and I just did that. So like, please put some swatches of what we just did up on screen. But for now, pay attention, and then you can do the swatches, the Padlet I meant later. Okay, I'm gonna make a big box. Oh, and it's being painted by the last color that was there, by the last thing that was chosen. And let's choose the black and white gradient. Of the colors that come, there's black and white, orange, and then there's a blue one. So let's choose the black and white one. All right. So we're starting with a gradient that already exists, and this might look like it's going to transparent, but it truly is going to white. See how it's not transparent? It's black and white. It just happens to be going to white, so it's hard to see that it's white, but it is. All right. So let's go ahead and modify this gradient. So we're going to go ahead and head over to, and when you select the gradient, this choice gradient appears over here, and we can edit the gradient. Okay. So now this box is appearing over my gradient. Let me zoom in. So how I got here again, in case you didn't see that, is that when I selected my gradient, I chose a gradient, I'm redoing it. Then over here, under where it says appearance stroke fill, right under that, I have the choice to edit the gradient. I'm not clicking on different types, I'm just editing the gradient. And now, when I edit that gradient, sorry, nothing about doing things in a hurry is good. I get this kind of line in the middle of the gradient. And I can use this little diamond to move it to the left or to the right to have my gradient become skewed a bit more to the right, a bit more to the left, right? Like I can have the middle point of this gradient. Now, what do I mean the middle point? Well, this is colored white, this is colored black. See that tiny little dot? So this is creating a gradient between black and white. So how about we change those colors? Double click on this little dot, and you get a way to choose a color. And this is kind of a color picker. See how my mouse turns into a little, whatever those things are called. And when I click around the thumb, oh my God, the name of the eyedropper, I can click around here and I get to choose a color that I want. So say that I want this bright pink that I just ended up with. That's the color of that spot. Now let me go and change the color of the black, and I'm going to double click there. And now I'm going to pick a tone of orange. So now my gradient is going from pink to orange. And again, I can make it be more orange or more pink. Does that make sense, you guys? If this is working, then give me a yes. Vera, Mary Ellen, let me clear your answers from, I think these are from before. So basically I'm clicking on that little spot to choose a color, or that one to choose a color. And then this is just letting me change the degree, how long that transition. This is a small transition between orange and pink. This is a long transition between orange and pink. You all good with that?
Yeah.
I need practice to, I'm stuck on the gray. I couldn't get that bar.
It's so weird. You're still having problems with that color picker. I don't know what to say.
It's okay. Just go on. I'll be back in your class. And
How about you're not getting color? Reset your Illustrator after class and see, and then text me and tell me if that worked. Okay, so now what if I want to add more colors to this? I do want to add more colors. So watch my mouse. Watch my mouse. When I click on this little diamond, I'm moving the diamond. But watch when I point to the bar right there. Under the bar, my mouse turns into a little plus sign. See that? See how I added plus sign? I'm going to click in there. I've added a new color spot. I double click on that color spot, and now I'm going to put some blue in that color spot. Now I have a gradient with 3 color spots and the colors aren't necessarily very, don't combine very well. I get some gray over there, but I can just grab it and move it over there. Now between each color, there's a new diamond. Now this diamond is between blue and orange, and this one's between pink and blue. Does that make sense? So the diamond appears between 2 color spots. What if I now put another color spot right here? I know. And I do need my break. So I'm going to hurry and I'm going to put another color spot, another plus sign right there. And I'm going to double click and I'm going to give that one, and I'm using colors that aren't necessarily that pretty, but to show you the difference. Now I've got 3 colorways on this. You need to click on it. My mouse isn't really being helpful today. So now I have a gradient. So to make the class is technically over and I need to go. So let me just show you 3 things in a row really quickly, and then you guys can watch the video. You can change the type of gradient over here into a radial one with the same colors, or a linear, radial or linear. And if you have a linear or a radial, look what I'm going to do with my mouse. I'm going to click to drag. It's a linear one still with the same colors that I chose, but I'm clicking and dragging my mouse and I am altering the direction of that gradient. Now, what if I don't want one of these colors? I can select that color spot right there and hit the delete key. And now I've left with only these 2 colors, right? So you can add as many colors as you want, put them in whatever direction you want, just by adding little spots and by changing the way in which they connect, you can make something very different. Okay, so that's radial. You can, it's the same colors, but now again, here's the transition, here's the color spot, right? And you can make this, this circle here, turn it around or make it bigger or whatever. Okay, you can click it over there, click it over here, click it down there, click it up there. Okay, so that's the radial. Now, you can also change the shape of it. You can make it be like that, and then grab this this little edge here as a tip, and then make it be an oval. And then again, you can keep changing the color to a different tone of something, right? So the colors, how many you want, what you want, that also we change from down there. Right, the only one I haven't shown you yet, I'm going to go back to a basic one to start from scratch, the one that they give us, which is this one here. Oh, I need to go back to linear, and I'm going to fill it with their basic setup here, the blue to the one that's blue to white. Why? Oh my God, here, the blue to white one that this is because I didn't start. Let me just delete this one and start with a new box because I'm in too much of a hurry to show you that. I'm going to go over the blue to white. What I'm trying to show you is that this isn't blue to white. That's all. This is blue to transparent. And how do I know that? Is because if I put this over there, see how it's blue to transparent, blue to no color. So when you do that, and how you get to that is because the color spot, so I'm going to go back to the gradient tools, the color spot is the same blue, but its opacity for this color is 0. So say that I make it be bright red, but the opacity for this is 50%, then that's just a transparent dish. But if I make, and then I'm going to go make this one be bright red at 100%, right? Then Then over here, I've gone not to 0, but to 20%, but this is 100%, okay? Does that make sense? It's the same idea, only the color you choose also has an opacity, and then I can make it gradiate it sooner, higher or lower. So now I have more of the gradient being stiff than the others. Okay? So I wanted to show you that. And then the very, very last gradient that I'm going to show you, and this one you're going to have to play on your own with it, is if I turn this one into the last choice, this is linear, this is radial, and this is freeform. And freeform, you can't save as a swatch. The others you can save as a swatch. Freeform, you can't. And each color spot is hanging around. So I'm going to double click and I'm going to make this one blue. And then I'm going to grab this one. I'm going to make this one pink. I'm going to make this one green. And then I'm going to just drag them around and maybe put the green on top and the blue one down there. And I can make more. If I click over here in the middle of nowhere, boom, I make a new one and I double click and I'll make it purple. There we go. Okay. So this one you can make in situ, but there's no saving it. You can copy paste it, but there's no making a swatch out of this. The others, you can just make a swatch. All right. Guys, if I didn't have another class starting very soon and no time to prepare for my next 5-hour class, I would stay a little bit longer. Watch the recording. It's basically the first one that I made is exactly the same, only in different shapes, but you basically double click the color pot to change its color. And the only difference was the 0% or 100% to give it transparency or not for that color.
Have a wonderful trip.
Yes,
Thank
enjoy
you.
your travels.
I'll see you guys in, I think my first class is June 23rd or something like that. So if anyone who starts taking classes with me, I'll be back then for the summer session.
We're
Thank
all
you.
jealous.
This has been fabulous and I really learned a lot. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so
Thank
much.
you so much.
Everyone, have
Bye.
fun, play around, post in the Padlet, and you'll still have it live until, I don't even know when Illustrator starts again. It's not even June 23rd. It's a bit later. Until then, the Padlet will be open and the handouts will be open, and then download them to keep them. Okay.
All right.
Hi, guys. It's been
Thank
great talking. Take care.